Chapter 29. Yili raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, she heard Ying, who was also in Mo Jingli's arms, say to Princess Xixia in a weak and regretful voice, "Princess, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid Ying can't compete with the princess. Since the princess isn't convinced, how about asking Sister to replace Ying? Sister is the legitimate daughter of the minister's manor. She won't disgrace the princess. Sister, don't you think so?" Hearing this, Yi Li's calm face sank. How could Ying not know that she couldn't dance? If she lost, it would be because Yi Li was useless and disgraced the minister's manor, not because she wasn't as good as Princess Xixia. Not only did she avoid the possibility of losing to Princess Xixia, but she also successfully made Yi Li lose face in her first party. It was indeed a good plan. Just do as Inger said, Mo Jingli impatiently ordered. Without waiting for the imperial physician to arrive, he directly picked up Ying and prepared to leave the venue. Seeing Mo Jingli leave without hesitation, the eldest princess's eyes sank. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "In that case, let ye third miss replace ye fourth Mississippi." Yi Li was speechless. Was there really no one who thought of asking if she could dance? Almost everyone's eyes fell on Yi Li. Qin Zheng and the others also looked at her nervously. Although they had previously urged Yi Li to win a place, they didn't really want to force Yi Li to do it. Not to mention that they were new friends, they couldn't harm Qin Zheng and Yi Li's future relationship. Princess Xixia's heart was burning with anger because of Mo Jingli and Yi Ying's departure. Coincidentally, Yi Li, who was pushed out by Mo Jingli to replace her, was Mo Jingli's ex-fiancée. So Princess Xixia's anger directly stopped at Yi Li. She raised her delicate eyebrows. "Miss Yi, you go first." Yi Li helplessly stood up and met Princess Xixia's hateful gaze. She thought for a moment before saying, "I admit defeat." Everyone, including Princess Xixia, was stunned. After a while, Princess Xixia came back to her senses and glared at Yi Li. "Are you looking down on this princess? This princess doesn't need you to give in." Yi Li shook her head helplessly. "I didn't go easy on the princess. I sincerely admit defeat." Admitting defeat without even fighting? Even if I win, it's not a fair fight. Forcing people who don't know how to dance to compete is even worse, isn't it? Yi Li sighed softly and looked sincerely at Princess Xixia, who was angrily staring at her. "Princess, I don't know how to dance." "So, you were played by Yi Ying. He, His Highness King Li, and the future Princess Consort Li are really creative to want someone who doesn't know how to dance." Feng Xiao's voice sounded lazily, his voice filled with schadenfreude. Princess Xixia was also stunned. "Why don't you know how to dance?" "Because dancing isn't a required course for the young ladies of the Chu state. I believe that many of the young ladies here don't know how to dance." Yi Li answered confidently. Not knowing how to dance was not something to be ashamed of. In reality, there were very few young ladies of the Chu state who would learn how to dance, unless they really liked it or their family had the intention of sending their daughter into the palace. Since Yi Li had already expressed that she had never learned how to dance, forcing her to dance would be unreasonable. Princess Xixia also understood that she had been played by Yi Ying and could only temporarily suppress the anger in her heart. She stared at the calm and elegant blue-clothed young lady below the stage. Her eyes flashed slightly. "Just now, I didn't see Missy go on stage. Since fourth Miss Yi has so much confidence in Jiejie, then please show Miss Ye's talents in other areas." Or, she looked at Yi Li with a ghost of a smile. She paused for a moment before raising her voice to say, "Or Miss Yi doesn't know anything." Yi Li lowered her head and was silent for a moment. She raised her head and looked indifferently at Princess Xixia. "If so, then Yi Li will embarrass herself." Yi Li, Qin Zheng said worriedly. Murong Ting and Hua Tianxiang also looked worriedly at Yi Li. Yi Li blinked at her and shook her head with a slight smile. Qin Zheng saw that her smile was not forced, and her heart relaxed a bit. Thinking about it, Li Er's mother was the most talented woman in the capital, and her maternal grandfather was the most outstanding person in the world. Even if she didn't show it normally, she should have learned everything she needed to learn. Under everyone's gaze, Yili walked to the table where the brush and ink were still placed. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the brush and began to move on the fine rice paper. On the stage, Feng Jiao looked with interest at the blue-clothed young lady who was painting with her head down and nodded inadvertently. Sitting next to him, Yaoji glanced at him and laughed in a low voice. Feng San thinks highly of Yi San Xiaojia. Feng Jiao rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Isn't she very interesting? At least she's not as mediocre as the rumors say." This calm attitude was enough to make Feng Jiao think highly of her. Not to mention that Mo Jingli had suffered a loss at her hands not long ago. Maybe Yao would really marry a good princess this time. Marquis Miang's heir also seemed to be interested in the topic of the two. Feng San knows Yi San Xiaojia. Feng Jiao shook his head. You just returned to the capital, and you don't know? The future princess Ding. Mo Xiaoyao? Mu Yang frowned. He had some friendship with Mo Xiaoyao when he was young, but since Mo Xiaoyao's accident, they had not seen each other again. Feng Jiao nodded. That's right. What do you think? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Mo Jingli's eyes are blind. Yaoji couldn't help but chuckle. She covered her mouth and laughed. It seems that Feng San and Mu Gongzi are very optimistic about Yi San Xiaojia. The two did not answer, but once again looked at the girl in green who was holding the brush and writing rapidly. They were all from famous families, so they naturally understood each other's meaning. It had nothing to do with appearance or talent. It was just that compared to Ying, Yili was more suitable to be the mistress of a big family or a prince's mansion. They didn't know whether Mo Jingli, who was born in the royal family, was spoiled by the Empress Dowager and the old concubine, or whether Ying's ability was really extraordinary and unknown to outsiders. Everyone waited for less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yili had already stopped writing. Princess Royal ordered the servants to bring Yi Li's work over. When the rice paper left the table, everyone vaguely saw that it seemed to be a peony painting. Qin Zheng and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. Whether they could get a ranking or not, to be able to complete a peony painting that was not too bad in such a short time, at least Yili would lose face. The painting was first presented to the 6 judges on the judging panel for appreciation. Old Lord Suzhou, who saw the painting first, frowned and looked up at the girl in green who was still standing by the table. He lowered his head and continued to look at it for a while before passing it to the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Mo Jian. Mo Jian also frowned and looked up at Yi Li from time to time. After a while, he passed it to the person next to him. The unusual reaction of the judges made the young ladies under the stage unable to stop looking at Yi Li. They were also curious about what Yi Li's work was like. When Feng Jiao was the last to finish looking at the painting, he handed it to the maid next to him to present it to Princess Royal. Several other people also discussed the result. Suzhou announced, Miss Yi Li, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, is first in calligraphy, first in poetry, and fourth in painting. Chapter 30. Li, hearing the result, Mu Rongting called out with joy. Everyone else also looked at Yi Li with surprise. Yi Li bowed slightly to the person on stage before returning to her seat. Mu Rongting raised her hand to slap her and said with a smile, You said you couldn't do it, but you hid your skills well. Yi Li gave a bitter smile. It was just a trick. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, No matter what, you should be happy. Li, congratulations. Qin Zheng pursed her lips and nodded to her with a smile. Yi Li returned a smile. Princess Shi Xia's expression changed when she heard Suzhou's words. She didn't care about etiquette and walked over to the Sunshine eldest princess to look at Yi Li's painting. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Yi Li with a complicated expression, not saying anything. The eldest princess's maid brought the painting down for all the young ladies to look at. After all, because of Yi Li's work, the competition's ranking had changed, so everyone had to be convinced. The girl who had already won first place in poetry came from a scholarly family and was very reasonable. After seeing Yi Li's painting, she stood up and said with a smile, Losing to Master Qing Yun's descendant is a glorious defeat. Her good upbringing and demeanor made people look at her even more highly. Mu Rongting received the painting and quickly opened it to share with her friends. Qin Zheng gave a sigh of praise. Good poem. Falling to the last crimson, called the 100-Flower King. Unparalleled beauty under the heavens, the world's #1 fragrance. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, the poem is good and the words are also good. Li Li, who did you learn to write from? I also want to be your disciple. Yili gave a faint smile. When I was young, I received a letter from a teacher named Lu. After writing for so many years, I can finally read a bit. In her previous life, she had learned the Lu style at the age of 6. Including this life, it had been over 20 years. If she still couldn't read it, then it could only prove that she was stupid. Qin Zheng was also someone who was obsessed with calligraphy and painting. She was extremely envious. You're so lucky. Li said that you have to send me an invitation later. Yili nodded. The original post is gone. Can I write it? It's a deal. I'll be waiting for you. Me too. Hua Tianxiang and Mu Rongting didn't want to be left behind. Yili promised to give each of them a portion. I also admit defeat. Everyone else acknowledged the judge's conclusion. Even if Princess Xixia was unwilling, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Zhaoyang Crown Princess looked at Princess Xixia's unwilling appearance and sighed. She pulled her in front of her and patted her to comfort her. Xixia had just arrived into Chu state, but she was still young and hot-blooded. She didn't know if this temperament was good or bad. Since that's the case, then the champion of this year's 100-Flower Festival will be the third young miss of the Minister of Revenue's residence. Since no one had any objections, Old Master Su Zhe announced the final result of this year's competition on behalf of the judges. Feng Jiao smiled like a spring breeze and added, of course, if there's anyone who isn't convinced, they can continue to challenge third young Miss Yi. I believe third young Miss Yi will be very happy to accept the challenge. Isn't that right? Yili raised her head and happened to see Feng Jiao winking at her. Although he looked frivolous, she could feel that he didn't have any ill intentions. The champion of this year's 100-Flower Festival, Yili, under the urging of Qin Zheng and the others, slowly stepped onto the high platform. She personally received this year's prize from Princess Royal, the beauty pearl, purple jade hairpin, snow zither that all beautiful women dreamed of. Yili didn't feel guilty about winning the prize in a way that could almost be considered cheating. Of course, there was nothing to be proud of. Between losing face and cheating, of course, she would choose the one that was more beneficial to her. Third young Miss Yi, I didn't expect Minister Yi to have such an outstanding daughter. Princess Royal looked at the girl in green in front of her and looked at Yi Li with some disappointment. I had some friendship with your mother in the past. If you have free time in the future, you might as well come to the Princess Royal residence for a walk. Yi Li respectfully smiled and said, Thank you, Princess Royal. It's Yi Li's fortune to be invited by Princess Royal. Good child, go. Princess Royal sighed and said to Yi Li. Yi Li bowed to the eldest princess, then turned to the judges and bowed slightly. Only then did she turn around and leave with the gift. What did you say? Yi Li 100-Flower Festival. Yi Residence. Yi Ying's returning snow pavilion. Yi Ying's always gentle and elegant voice had an indescribable grating to it. In the elegantly decorated parlor, the servant girls kneeled on the ground and fearfully replying to young Miss, that is indeed the rumor outside. Third young Miss has already returned to the residence. Also, the Imperial Censor residence, Qin family, Su family, Hua Guo residence, Yang Wei General's residence, Prime Minister's residence, and Minister of Rights residence all sent gifts to congratulate third young Miss on winning. A crack finally appeared on Yi Ying's beautiful face. With a wave of her hand, she swept all the things on the table to the ground. The servant girl kneeling at the front didn't dare cry out in pain and quickly said, Young Miss, please calm down. Calm down what? Yi Li, how could that bitch Yi Li become 100-Flower Festival's champion? Yi Ying shouted in disbelief. She pushed Yi Li out because she knew that her mother didn't specially hire anyone to teach her. She would definitely lose face against Princess Xixia, who even she wasn't sure she could win. At that time, even if she didn't become 100 Flower Festival's champion this year, she would lose without a fight, so it wouldn't be shameful. More importantly, at that time, everyone would know that only she, Yi Ying, was the Yi family's most outstanding daughter. Even if Yi Li was the Su family's granddaughter, she still couldn't compare to her. Even though she was furious, Ying quickly calmed down and recovered her usual elegance and gentleness. She stood up and said, "Get up, let's go see Mother." The servant girls in the parlor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Those who had to clean up the mess cleaned up, and those who had to follow Ying hurriedly tidied up their appearance and followed Ying to see Wang Shi. Inside Rong, Lu Halili sat quietly, allowing old Madame Yi, Minister Yi, and Wang Shi to size her up. Old Madame Yi looked at Yi Li with a loving smile and said, "Yi Li is indeed our Yi family's legitimate daughter. Now you're amazing. Our Yi family has produced 200 Flower Festival's champions. In this capital, who doesn't praise us for teaching our daughter well?" Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled faintly. "Grandmother is too kind. It's all because of grandmother and father's good teaching." Minister Yi looked at his quiet and dignified daughter with a complicated expression. This daughter that he had never seriously paid attention to was completely different from the other daughters in the family. She looked unremarkable, but if you looked carefully, there was a kind of dignity and grace of a noble family. This made him think of the first time he saw his wife who had passed away. She was also so elegant and indifferent. She was so beautiful that it made people admire her, but at the same time, she was so elegant that it made people feel inferior. Even if she didn't grow up in the Su family, even if she didn't have the best upbringing, could the bloodline of the Su family still leave his other children in the dust? Minister Yi thought silently when he thought of his daughter's performances at the 100 Flower Festival that he heard others mention. Then he thought of Yirong, who was spoiled by his mother and Wang Shi. Minister Yi felt even more regretful. Why wasn't Yi Li a boy? Chapter 31. The Qin family, the Su family, the Hua family, the Lu family, these families who sent gifts, you must give them back carefully. Old Madame Yi looked at Wang Shi, who was sitting on the side with her eyes down, and ordered. Wang Shi quickly hid the light in her eyes and said respectfully, "Old Madame, don't worry. I know." Old Madame Yi nodded with satisfaction. "As for those gifts, send them to Qing Yixian. Lier, see if there's anything you like and buy some jewelry and clothes." All the families had sent out invitations. Although not all of them had to go, they couldn't go without a single family. Don't lose the face of the minister's mansion. Before Yi Li could answer, the servant outside the door reported that Si Xiaojie had arrived. Ying changed into a thin white dress, and her face was a little pale, looking more delicate and weak. She came in holding the servant's hand and greeted old Madame Yi and Minister Yi. Then she said with a pale face, "There has lost face for the Yi family. Please punish me." Old Madame Yi raised her white eyebrows and looked at Minister Yi without speaking. Minister Yi had always doted on Yi Ying, even more than Yi Jiaoyi, who had entered the palace. How could he bear to punish her? Wang Shi quickly took her daughter in her arms and comforted her softly. "Silly child, how can this be blamed on you? If it weren't for the accident, the champion of 100 Flowers would still be Ying." Minister Yi nodded and said with Wang Shi, "Your mother is right. It's not your fault. Get up quickly. You're weak and the ground is cold." Looking at the happy family of 3 in front of her, Yi Li's expression was indifferent. Her face was still respectful, but she had already begun to think of the new friend she made today, especially Qin Zheng, her future cousin-in-law. She had to think about what to give them in return. There were so many things to do recently. She had no time to participate in this boring family drama. Thinking about her future married life, maybe she could get a husband who was not too good or too bad. If possible, they could form a peaceful and happy family. Maybe she could have 1 or 2 children of her own. While old Madame Yi was sizing up the girl in green, Yi Li's mind had already wandered off and was thinking about the things that she needed to do. Old Madame Yi looked at the scene in front of her and sighed secretly. In the past, Yi Yu and Yi Ying were good friends. Now, she realized that Yi Li was the one who had kept a low profile. With this calmness, old Madame Yi believed that if it was Yi Li who entered the palace, she might be able to go further. Unfortunately, Yi Li had chosen the crippled Prince Ding, who was destined to have no future. The heavens were truly toying with him. Grandmother, it's a joyous occasion for our Yi family that elder sister won first place. Shouldn't we tell second sister and let her be happy too? Ying walked to old Madame Ye's side and said in a sweet voice when the family of three was finally done with each other. Yi Shanshu smiled and said, "It's rare for Ying to be so broad-minded. Mother, you see, in a few days, you'll have to enter the palace to pay your respects. At that time, I'll report this good news to Zhao Yangyang." Old Madame Yi nodded and looked sideways at Yi Li. She smiled and said, "Your second sister has always been very good to your sisters. In the future, each of you will be in charge of a manor. You should go and accompany her more." "Grandmother." Ying covered her face shyly and called out in a low voice. Her pale face blushed. In contrast, Yi Li was less shy as a girl. Yi Shanshu looked at his youngest daughter lovingly and laughed with her. Ying looked at Yi Li with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Third sister hasn't seen second sister for a long time, right? Mother should prepare a good gift for second sister for third sister." Wang Shi was stunned and looked at Ying with a frown. However, old Madame Yi was moved and looked at Yi Li again. She hesitated but didn't say anything. Yi Li saw old Madame Yi and Yi Ying's expressions and understood what Yi Ying meant. She looked at Yi Ying calmly and looked forward to her performance. Yi Ying saw that Wang Shi didn't understand her words, and old Madame Yi didn't change her expression. She couldn't help but frown and reminded softly, "Sister Zhao is pregnant now. I heard that when a woman is pregnant, her appearance, the people present were not really stupid." Wang Shi immediately reacted when she heard the word appearance. She looked at Yi Li with more enthusiasm. "Master," Yi Li sighed helplessly in her heart. No one in this family was a fool. Inger is right. Li send the youth-retaining pearl to the palace as a gift for Zhao. You can ask your mother for whatever you want. Yi Shanshu obviously didn't think there was anything wrong with Yi Ying's proposal and immediately made the decision. Youth-retaining pearl. Yi Li was bored and thought of the most coveted emerald pearl among the 3 prizes she received. It was said that people who wore the youth-retaining pearl could stay young forever. For women who love beauty, it was more attractive than precious jewelry and bright clothes. However, for Yi Li, who was mentally old and physically 15 years old, it wasn't that attractive. Everyone loved beauty. She was still very young now. She only needed to take care of herself a little in the future and pursue beauty when her appearance was basically consistent with her actual age. If she was 50 years old and still had a face of 20 years old, Yi Li wasn't sure if she would like it that much. What's more, she was still skeptical about the youth-retaining pearl's so-called eternal youth. At least, although the original owner of the youth-retaining pearl, Zhaoyang Elder Princess, was younger than her peers, she was far from being in her prime. However, she didn't care. It didn't mean that others could take it away at will. "Father, please forgive me. The youth-retaining pearl is no longer with Li Yi Li said faintly. "How was that possible?" Yi Ying exclaimed, and then looked at Yi Li suspiciously. "Third sister, could it be that you don't want to part with the youth-retaining pearl?" Ying is thinking for Zhao Yangyang. After all, Zhao Yangyang is the support of our Yi family. In this regard, Yi Li snorted disdainfully in her heart. Support? How many aristocratic families that could stand firm for 100 years relied on nepotism? "Fourth sister, you're thinking too much. It's just a pearl. I've already given it away." "Given it away? How could you give it away?" Wang Shi shrieked. Which woman wouldn't want the youth-retaining pearl? If it weren't for her daughter in the palace, Wang Shi would have wanted to take the youth-retaining pearl for herself. Yi Li looked at her strangely and said in confusion, "Lear is only 15 years old. It's far from the time when you need the youth-retaining pearl." She wasn't like the ancient people who thought that 14 or 15 years old girls were the most beautiful. Even if ancient girls matured early, a 14 or 15-year-old girl was still too young. Even someone as beautiful as Ying couldn't compare to a 20-year-old girl like Yaoji. Old Madame Ye's eyes darkened. She looked at Yi Li and said, "Who did Li give it to? Let's see if we can exchange it back. Even if we can exchange it for something more precious." Yi Li frowned and looked at old Madame Yi without blinking. Her expression was a bit strange. Exchange it back? Chapter 32. Old Madame Yi was already a shrewd person. How could she not know how rude it was to ask for a gift back after giving it out? But the beauty retaining pearl was very useful to Zhao Yangyang. She believed that in 2 days, when the news of the 100-Flower Festival reached the palace, Zhao Yangyang would ask them for it. Moreover, she didn't plan to ask for it back in the name of the Yi family. In the end, Yi Li would personally ask for it back. Of course, old Madame Yi suspected that this was just Yi Li's excuse. Yi Li didn't want to take it out at all. Squeezing out a kind smile, old Madame Yi said softly, "Good child, grandmother knows this is a bit rude. But you also know how important this beauty retaining pearl is to Zhao Yangyang. Zhao Yangyang has a hard time in the palace. If she has the beauty retaining pearl and can get the emperor's favor." Yi Li frowned and said helplessly, "But grandmother, I've already sent the beauty retaining pearl and snow zither to eldest uncle." Minister Ye's face darkened. He angrily stared at Yi Li and said, "Nonsense. What does your eldest uncle need the beauty retaining pearl for? If it was someone else, Minister Yi might have sent people to stop them. But Minister Yi didn't have the guts to stop them from giving something to his deceased wife's eldest uncle." Master Qingyan had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The second son, Su Hongyan, was the only one in the Su family who was still in the government. In fact, the one who made Minister Yi feel the most pressure was his eldest uncle, Su Hongyu, who had left the capital 10 years ago. At the same time, he was the most famous scholar in the world. Unlike imperial censor Su, who was refined yet sharp and principled, this great scholar, who was praised by the world and said to have surpassed his master, always had a cultured and elegant demeanor. However, if he didn't like someone, that person would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. This was also the reason why Minister Yi didn't dare to send Yi Rong to Lishan Academy, even though they were in-laws. This brother-in-law of his was not as upright as he looked on the outside. Back then, he had deeply experienced this. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "A few days ago, eldest uncle wrote a letter saying that grandfather's pine organ was broken a few days ago. So when Li heard the sound of the snow, she was happy and immediately sent someone to deliver it to grandfather. At the same time, I also remembered that the beauty retaining pearl was of no use to Li, so I decided to send the beauty retaining pearl to eldest aunt. Of course, she also sent the purple jade hairpin, which was said to have health benefits, to second aunt." Minister Ye's face was distorted again. He didn't know why, but when he heard that the pine organ that his daughter gave to his father-in-law was broken, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill on his back. He was also angry and guilty in his heart. Therefore, she couldn't put on a tough attitude towards Yi Li. She just scolded reluctantly, "You, child, why didn't you discuss it with your parents?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows carelessly. Was it because her father had been an official for too long that his brain was not working well? Or did he really think that Madame Wang was virtuous? To give a gift to the former father-in-law, he still had to discuss it with the concubine's second wife. After discussing it, could she still give it out? It's Li who didn't consider it. It's eldest uncle who said that grandfather was angry. Li can't be filial in front of grandfather. Today, when I got the snow sound of the zither, I was happy and immediately sent it away. Yi Li lowered her head guiltily. Minister Yi smiled reluctantly and said, "Father knows that Li is filial." "Father," Ying anxiously called. Minister Ye's expression was solemn. He waved his hand and said, "This matter is over. No need to say any more. Later, send more banknotes to you into the palace. Bribing the people in the palace can't be saved." Although Madame Wang was unwilling, but she had followed Minister Yi for 20 years. She understood her husband better than anyone. Looking at his face, she knew that this matter was not negotiable. She couldn't help but resent Yi Li and the late Madame Yi in her heart. It was like this every time. As long as the Su family was mentioned, her husband would never think of her. Could it be that the Su family was his in-laws' family, and her Wang family was not? Coming out of Rong La Hall, Yili was annoyed and gently sighed. She looked at Ying, who followed behind her, and said, "Fourth sister, I'll go back first." Ying acted as if she didn't hear Yi Li's words. She softly said with a smile, "Third sister is really generous. That kind of priceless treasure is given away without even looking at it. Fourth sister is joking. Grandfather and two aunts are not outsiders. What's more, the two aunts take good care of sister. Although sister was born in the minister's residence, everything around her is not hers. Now that I finally have a few things that I can take out, I naturally have to show filial piety to the elders. After all, people should have a grateful heart, right? And you, all these years, eating and using my mother's dowry money, have you ever thought about her? Third sister is right. I've learned my lesson." Ying gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Yili smiled. "I'm a common person. I only know how to use these things to repay the care of the elders. I can't compare to fourth sister's elegance and refinement. You don't care about these things. Fourth sister, take care. Third sister, take care." Ignoring how Yi Ying's expression changed behind her, Yili leisurely walked in the direction of Qing Yixian. "Qing Shuang, have someone tell concubine Zhao that it's almost time. Find something for madam to do. I don't want to see them in the near future." Yes, Mississippi. Concubine Zhao was indeed a smart person. She didn't need Yi Li's help and advice at all. The next day, the Fu spread the news that concubine Zhao was pregnant, and it was said to be a boy. Wang Shi almost immediately forgot about making trouble for Yi Li and began to think of ways to deal with concubine Zhao. She had a stable foundation in the Yi family. It would be a joke to say that she was worried about what Yi Li, a girl who was about to get married, would do to her. The reason she targeted Yi Li was because of the unspeakable jealousy and resentment she felt towards Yi Li's birth mother. Now that the matter concerned her precious only son's position in the Fu, Wang Shi naturally didn't hesitate to put other things aside. Wang Shi didn't come looking for trouble, and Yi Ying's vitality was greatly damaged because of the failure at the 100-Flower Festival. Yili was at ease. After showing her talent at the 100-Flower Festival, Yili gradually entered the social circle of the capital's noble ladies. Other than continuing to prepare the dowry, she could also invite Qin Zheng, Hua, Tianxiang, and Murong Ting to play together when she had free time. On the third day after the 100-Flower Festival, the young miss who was originally the first in poetry and was surpassed by Yili also had the surname Qin. She was the sister of the capital's magistrate, Qin Mu. Qin Yuling also sent an invitation to Yili. Although they didn't have much contact, Yili had a good impression of this iron-faced magistrate sister. After exchanging letters a few times, they became more familiar with each other. Yili, who was in a good mood, didn't mind concubine Zhao coming to her Qing Yixian from time to time to pay her respects. She naturally knew what concubine Zhao was thinking. As long as she abided by her promise, Yili wouldn't break her promise. She would naturally ensure that she reached Yunzhou safely and gave birth to the child. On this day, Yili agreed to Qin Zheng's invitation to go shopping. Yili had been idle for the past few days and was preparing to buy some books for herself. She had read most of the books her mother had left behind. However, Yili was clear about her own abilities. Even if she had a photographic memory and memorized all the books in this world, she would never be able to become a talented woman like Qin Zheng, who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. To put it simply, she didn't have the talent, even if her mother was once the most talented woman in the capital. More importantly, with the memories of her previous life, her thinking and vision had long been fixed. Even after so many years, she still couldn't understand the artistic conception and thinking of the ancient people. Therefore, she could write a few limericks. If she wanted to write an outstanding poem, it was basically impossible. Thinking like this, Yili felt that her grandfather, who had forced her to memorize so many ancient books, was really too wise. At least, he allowed her to pull out 2 poems from her mind to make up the numbers when she couldn't refuse. Chapter 33. Sister Qin, Tianxiang Murong. When Yili arrived at the appointed tea house, Qin Zheng and the other two had already arrived and were drinking tea and chatting happily. Qin Zheng looked back at her and smiled. Leah, Murong Ting pulled her to sit down. You're finally here. How is it? Did your damn sister make things difficult for you? Yili raised her eyebrows. Sorry I'm late, but why do you think she would make things difficult for me? Not only Madame Wang, but even Ying have been away for the past few days. How could they have the time to make things difficult for her when they couldn't even see her? It's better to be careful. I heard that Her Highness Jowie in the palace has been in a bad mood these days. Hua Tianxiang held the teacup with a reserved and elegant smile. Yili blinked her eyes, understanding in her heart. She thanked Hua Tianxiang silently. Hua Tianxiang raised her eyebrows and raised her teacup to her. Murong Ting looked at her good friends around her and couldn't help but laugh. Alas, it's not easy to have one more friend. Unfortunately, Li will be getting married soon. We'll still be friends after we get married, Yili said. Don't tell me you won't recognize me as a friend after we get married? Murong Ting leaned on the table without the temperament of a noble lady and said dejectedly, Of course not. But when you become Princess Ding, how will you have so much freedom? Hua Tianxiang pursed her lips and snickered. It'll be the same when you get married. I don't want to. Murong Ting shouted, her almond-shaped eyes widening. I won't marry that idiot. Yili looked up in surprise at the angry Murong Ting and then turned her gaze to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng snickered and whispered in Yili's ear. Only then did Yili know that Murong Ting was engaged to Lung Haoyu, the third young master of the Northern General's estate, as soon as she was born. But compared to his eldest brother, Lung Qingyu, who was proficient in both literature and martial arts, Lung Haoyu was a hedonistic son who was good at eating, drinking, and playing. How could Murong Ting, who came from a family of generals and was the only daughter of General Yang Wei, like Lung Haoyu, the two of them had been at odds ever since they were young. Basically, they would fight whenever they met. However, Murong Ting had learned martial arts from the Yang Wei general, and Lung Haoyu couldn't beat Murong Ting. Every time she was beaten to a pulp, Murong Ting despised her even more. My father is a stubborn person. He says that once a man makes a promise, he must keep it. He won't break off the engagement, even if he dies. That idiot, since he dared to marry me, I'll beat him up until his father can't recognize him. Murong Ting raised her little chin and said angrily. Hua Tianxiang lazily rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, I think Ling Xiaosan treats you well. Have you ever seen a man so obedient in the entire capital? If you tell him to go forward, he will never go backward. If you tell him to go left, he will never go right. Murong Ting snorted and did not answer. Yili watched her reaction with interest. It was inevitable for girls to like outstanding and strong men. Murong Ting naturally looked down on third young Master Lung, who couldn't even beat a woman. However, it seemed that Murong Ting didn't hate her fiancé as much as she thought. Moreover, was a man who had been beaten since he was young and had lost every time. Was he really that weak? If that was the case, then Lung Haoyu was actually a masochist, right? Yi Li's imagination ran wild in her mind. However, she didn't say anything to persuade Murong Ting. She didn't like to interfere with her friend's choice. Moreover, she really didn't know Lung Haoyu. Murong Ting recovered quickly from her anger. She quickly put the annoying fiancé behind her, clapped her hands, and stood up. Let's go shopping. We're not here to drink tea. The three girls and a fake girl happily shuttled through the famous shops in the capital, picking out all kinds of jewelry and clothes they liked. Soon, everyone had a rich harvest. Yili looked at the people behind her, who were full of bags, and followed the three of them around in amusement. She had to admit that no matter what era it was, women's desire to shop was very strong. Yili wasn't idle either. While shopping with the three of them, she also glanced at the progress of the shops that were being renovated recently. Although she didn't go in, the results were satisfactory from the outside. She believed that they could reopen a month before the wedding. At that time, she might be able to ask her eldest cousin to raise a plaque for the treasure pavilion. Yili planned silently in her heart. After sending the servants who helped to carry the things back, the girls, who were tired from shopping, planned to find a place to have lunch. Murong Ting, who was most familiar with the delicacies in the capital, recommended the most famous Chu Xiang Pavilion in the capital. Chu Xiang Pavilion was indeed the most famous restaurant in the capital. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, they saw the luxurious and graceful decorations of the restaurant that didn't lose to those of famous families. They knew that the background of the owner of this restaurant was definitely not low. Although they didn't come late, the business of Chu Xiang Pavilion was better than expected. A well-dressed child respectfully apologized to the four of them, indicating that there were no more empty private rooms. Murong Ting often walked outside, so she didn't care about whether there were private rooms or not. She directly let the waiter lead the four of them to the second floor and found a relatively good empty seat to sit down. Yili glanced around the lobby. There was no lack of noble girls eating in twos and threes, so the four of them sitting outside didn't seem particularly eye-catching. After ordering the dishes, Murong Ting smiled with satisfaction. Chu Xiang Pavilion's squirrel mandarin fish is the best in the capital. I came twice and didn't eat it. I didn't expect that I would have it when I called you all together today. Today is really good luck. Yili curiously asked. Murong often comes out to shop? Murong Ting smiled and said, My father doesn't like to control me, and I can't stay alone, so I often come out to walk around. Moreover, my father loves to eat good food. I don't have any talent for this, so I just look around to see if there's anything good to buy for him to eat. Speaking of this, Murong Ting was a bit embarrassed. However, anyone could see that the father-daughter relationship of the Yangwei General's estate was definitely different from that of the Shangshu estate. At least, it was definitely different from the relationship between Shangshu Yi and Yili. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, That's why, when I go shopping, I usually drag Murong out with me. There's no place in the capital that she doesn't know. While the four of them were happily talking, the door of the private room on the other side opened with a bang. A beautiful red figure rushed out from inside. The four of them simultaneously pretended to see the person clearly. Murong Ting said in surprise, Huh? Isn't that? Be careful. Before her voice fell, Murong Ting had already stood up and quickly jumped out. Chu Xiang Pavilion, second floor. A beautiful figure quickly rushed out of the private room and was about to collide with the waiter who was slowly carrying a tray of dishes. Murong Ting jumped out at the same time, wanting to grab the woman. However, she was still half a beat too slow and let the red sleeve slip past her fingertips. Be careful. Yili calculated the direction that the hot pot of soup on the tray would be hit at almost the same time that the red-clothed woman bumped into the waiter. She casually grabbed the empty bowl on the table and threw it over. After hesitating for a while, the precise location and strength of the throw forced the soup pot that had just left the tray and was flying toward someone's head to the left. With a series of clanking sounds, the soup pot fell to the ground in an open space not far away. Because the waiter protected the tray with all his might, the remaining few plates fell to the ground in front of him and the soup splashed on a guest's clothes. There wasn't any serious damage. Chapter 34. The entire second floor was silent. The waiter's face was pale as he looked at the pot of soup on the ground and gratefully looked at the green-clothed young girl sitting next to him. If it wasn't for the girl throwing the bowl, the waiter knew very well that the pot of boiling soup that had just been put into the fire would very likely fall on the head of the young master who was sitting with his back to him by the stairs. It might even fly down to the first floor and hit the guests below. The red-clothed girl clearly didn't realize what kind of accident she could have caused. After being pulled back by Murong Ting, she angrily threw off her hand and angrily scolded, You impudent! You dare to block this princess' anger! Qin Zheng and the others finally saw that the red-clothed girl was the Nanzhao country's princess, Shi Xia, that they had seen at the 100-Flower Festival a few days ago. Murong Ting didn't fall for this and coldly said, If you want to put on the airs of a princess, go back to Nanzhao. There are so many people coming and going in the restaurant, yet you still charge around. What if you hurt someone? Princess Shi Xia's face was ugly. It was clear that her mood was not very good. She disdainfully snorted and said, "It's just a few lowly commoners. So what if this princess is hurt?" When these words came out, the expressions of all the guests on the second floor changed. It had to be known that Chuseong Pavilion was one of the best restaurants in the capital. The price was not something normal people could afford. The people who came in and out were all rich and noble. Princess Xixia's arrogant words had undoubtedly offended everyone present. Hua Tianxiang stood up, and her beautiful face was dyed with a trace of coldness. Her smile was still reserved and noble. Even lowly commoners are Mida, Chu State's lowly commoners. It doesn't seem like a princess of a small Nanzhao country has the right to belittle them. Nanzhao country was small and weak. If it wasn't for the three powerful countries that kept fighting each other for several hundred years, the small Nanzhao would have been swallowed up long ago. "You have big guts." Princess Xixia's face was gloomy as she angrily stared at Hua Tianxiang. Hua Tianxiang slightly raised her chin and stared back at her without showing any weakness. She was just a princess of a small country. She respected her a bit because of Zhao Yang, eldest princess. Did she really think that the nobles of the Chu state were afraid of her? "Princess Xixia, you should know what kind of place Chuseong Pavilion is. If someone is hurt, I'm afraid Princess Royal will be in a difficult position," Qin Zheng said with a faint smile. Her eyes looking at Princess Xixia did not have the usual gentle aura. Princess Xixia's expression changed slightly. She snorted and glanced at the back of the man whose hair was almost washed by the boiling hot soup. "Isn't he fine? Mind your own business." Hua Tianxiang withdrew her gaze from Princess Xixia and smiled at Murong Ting. "Murong, forget it. She was a foreign princess after all. She didn't even know how to apologize. We'll just walk around them whenever we see them. Who knows who will be the next unlucky one?" Murong Ting looked Princess Xixia up and down in a serious manner. Then she nodded and said, "Tianxiang, you are right. Also, everyone can just admit that they were unlucky today. Who told our great princess Xixia to be in a bad mood? Waiter, are you scared, silly? Aren't you going to clean up?" The waiter, who was frightened by the sudden situation, quickly apologized to the customers who were affected and hurriedly went to clean up the mess. "Slut!" Princess Xixia was so angry that her face turned green. She pulled down the long whip at her waist and lashed it at Hua Tianxiang's face. "Tianxiang!" Qin Zheng exclaimed. A green shadow flashed and wrapped around the oncoming whip. Yili pulled Hua Tianxiang away with one hand and grabbed the whip in front of her with the other. The slight pain in her palm made Yili frown. Because of the seat, she could only pull Hua Tianxiang away for a moment. Then, she had to take Princess Xixia's whip. However, her palm didn't hurt as much as she expected. Yili looked over and realized that the whip in Princess Xixia's hand had already slipped out of her grasp. Her face was pale as she stared at Yili while holding the back of her hand. Yili raised her eyebrows and glanced at the surrounding diners. Finally, her gaze landed on the man leaning against the stairs who didn't turn around. "Princess Xixia, those who come are guests. Might a Chu State's subjects respect you? I'm afraid that your habit of waving the whip around is not suitable for the Chu State. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Waving her hand, Yili's cold gaze landed on Princess Xixia. Slowly putting the long whip back into her hand, Yili didn't plan on returning it to her. The girls of this era, even the cheerful and lively Mu Rongting, knew their limits. How could this Princess Xixia play with such a dangerous toy? "This, I will have someone send it to the Princess Royal's residence." "Yili, you think you could be proud just because you won the title of 100 Flower Queen? Didn't you get abandoned by Prince Li? Didn't you have to marry that trash of a Prince Ding? Humph, even this princess feels sorry for you." Yili's eyes were cold. "I think that with Princess Xixia's knowledge and intelligence, she probably can't understand the significance and status of the Ding King's residence in the Chu State. Naturally, she also can't understand the current emperor's kindness. Or perhaps Princess Xixia's forgetful brain has already forgotten that the trash you speak of swept through Nanjiang at the age of 15. Nanzhao was one of them, right?" "Your Highness the Princess of Nanzhao, who can't even compare to trash you. Do you still have the face to live? Can you still spout such nonsense here? As for the princess's pity, I probably can't bear it. It's better to keep it for myself. Yi Li's tone wasn't angry, nor was it hurried. However, it was this kind of slow and leisurely tone that made Princess Xixia's face turn from gloating to green, then purple, then black. Many of the diners present also began to quietly laugh. Hua Tianxiang, who had been frightened by her face being almost disfigured, came back to her senses. She walked to Yi Li's side and smiled. Li Li, you've been exposed. How could a small country like Nanzhao know so much? I only hope that with the Princess Royal's guidance, some people will know what a true princess style is. After all, the Princess Royal is the model of a woman in our dynasty. Murong Ting walked over angrily. She had almost lost her courage from not being able to save Hua Tianxiang in time. Now that she reacted, she didn't have a good expression towards Princess Xixia. Tianxiang is right. Princess Xixia is only envious of Li Li. Although Li Li can't be Princess Ding, she could be Princess Ding. She didn't want a certain princess to travel thousands of miles. After being secretly pinched by Qin Zheng, Murong Ting reluctantly stopped her words and replaced them with two laughs. However, the meaning of that unfinished sentence was already clear enough. What's going on? Xixia, what are you doing? The door to the private room was opened again. Mo Jingli looked at this scene with a cold face and sword-like brows furrowed. When his gaze fell on Yi Li, his face became even more gloomy. Brother Jingli, they're bullying Xia'er. Seeing Mo Jingli come out, Princess Xixia hurriedly leaned over, a trace of a girl's delicate appearance on her face. Oh! Everyone present pretended to be eating seriously, but their ears were pricked up. His Highness Prince Li was going to get married at the beginning of next month, right? Why was he having a tryst with Princess Xixia in a restaurant? Could it be that after His Highness Prince Li abandoned the Yi family's third miss, he was finally going to abandon the Yi family's fourth miss? Chapter 35. Mo Jingli frowned. He stared at Yi Li and said, "You don't need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. Or is Yi Li trying to please the crowd? Give up. I will never marry you." If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, Yi Li would have given him an unforgettable lesson. Will you die if you don't be narcissistic? Has your Highness King Li seen a doctor? What? Mo Jingli was stunned. Yi Li calmly said, "It's an illness to have uncontrolled fantasies at any time and place. It should be treated as soon as possible." Poochie, it was unknown who finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Yi Li, you're bold. Mo Jingli had never been a good-tempered person. Being openly mocked by the woman he had abandoned, he was instantly enraged. His cold eyes released a trace of hostility. He raised a hand to grab Yi Li. Yi Li's eyes flashed coldly. She flipped her hand, and her right hand that was hidden in her sleeve had already grabbed something. She was just waiting for Mo Jingli to come over. A shadow quickly flashed by. Mo Jingli's hand stopped one step away from Yi Li and could not move. A low and gentle voice lightly sounded. "King Li, are you dissatisfied with Ai's future princess?" The entire second floor was silent, and even the clamor downstairs seemed to be very far away. Everyone stared in shock at the place, one step away from Yi Li. A youth wearing brown robes had firmly grabbed Mo Jingli's wrist that was reaching for Yi Li. But everyone present, including Mo Jingli, did not see where this youth had come from. Mo Jingli glared fiercely at the youth, and then quickly looked towards the source of the voice. Yi Li didn't look at the person blocking Mo Jingli. When the voice sounded, she turned her gaze to the straight, plain-colored back at the staircase. Only then did people notice that this person was dressed in plain clothes and was not sitting on a chair in a restaurant. Instead, he was sitting on a wheelchair with an unusual style. However, because he had arrived early and his side was blocked by a vase half the height of a person, not many people noticed this. Originally, he seemed to be looking down at the situation in the lobby from the carved railings. It was only now that he turned his head slightly, allowing people to see half of his handsome face. He raised his hand and exerted force on the wheelchair. The wheelchair slowly turned to face the crowd. The man in the wheelchair was dressed in ordinary cotton clothing, but he did not have the decadence and dejection of people with disabilities. Even the people standing in front of him seemed to be shorter than him and could only look up at him. There was a kind of person who didn't need fancy clothes or treasures, didn't need great power and guards. As long as he was there, he was an existence above everyone else. Half of the man's face was elegant and handsome, and had an innate noble and dignified aura. The left side of his face was covered by a frost mask made of an unknown material. It covered the entire left side of his face, but it gave people a mysterious feeling that they wanted to explore, even though they knew that underneath it was a hideous scar. Emo Jingli, Xiaoyao. After a long time, Emo Jingli finally spat out these 3 words. The 3 words, Emo Xiaoyao, seemed to have a magical power, causing the people who were originally stunned to finally come back to their senses. They looked in surprise at this person who had not appeared in people's lives for many years, and who was still graceful and calm, even in a wheelchair. Looking at the man in front of them, who was completely different from what they had imagined, the people who had long been used to the idea that Prince Ding was a crippled piece of trash suddenly remembered that this man had once been a stunning youth. This was once the second legitimate son of the Ding kingdom, and was once the object of envy of all the youths in the Dechu state. His literary talent was outstanding, and he was known as the world's #1 scholar. His martial arts were outstanding, and like his ancestors, his art of war was godly. At the age of 15, he was invincible in the southern border. He once had the most beautiful and talented woman in the capital as his fiancée, and both of them were the envy of the world. However, his good luck seemed to have suddenly ended when he was 18. His only elder brother died of illness, and the youth who had hurriedly inherited Prince Ding's title once again set out, but he was almost defeated and returned in defeat. Although the youth had turned the tide in the end, he had paid a price that could never be erased. Heavy injuries, disfigurement, and crippled legs. As if the heavens didn't think this was enough of a blow, 3 months later, his fiancée, who had been engaged to him for many years, died of illness. From then on, there were only a few people in the capital who could occasionally see Prince Ding's figure. If the youth Emo Xiaoyao was said to be stunning, in high spirits, and as dazzling as a raging fire. But when they met again a few years later, he was as warm and proper as jade, as calm and elegant as water. And how many people knew how much pain he had experienced during this change? Emo Jingli, I haven't seen you in many years, but you've grown up. Emo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li, who was staring at him, before turning his gaze to Emo Jingli. Emo Jingli's already expressionless face became even more stiff, and he harshly said, "What happens to I has nothing to do with you." Emo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. "I indeed don't intend to care about what you want to do, but even if you don't want to pay attention to your own status, it's best to pay attention to other people's status." Emo Jingli frowned, looked at Yi Li, and a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. He waved away the youth who was clamping down on him, and turned back to look at Emo Xiaoyao. "You want to stand up for her? Emo Xiaoyao, you can't have really taken a fancy to this woman, right? You know, since we were young, our tastes have been as different as heaven and earth." Emo Xiaoyao didn't get angry, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Also, to be disrespectful to the future mistress of the Ding royal household. "Jingli, are you sure you want to do this?" Emo Jingli's face darkened, and he fiercely glared at Yi Li. He disdainfully smiled at Emo Xiaoyao and said, "Huh, the future mistress of the Ding royal household? Emo Xiaoyao, are you sure you're talking about this woman?" Princess Ding and the mistress of the Ding royal household were 2 completely different concepts to the imperial family. If it was only Princess Ding, he could still ignore it, but if this woman really took control of the Ding royal household, Emo Jingli suddenly realized that it was a big mistake to encourage his emperor brother to marry this woman to Emo Xiaoyao. "Your Highness Prince Li, please watch your words." The brown-clothed youth who had retreated to the side stared at Emo Jingli with an unkind expression. Emo Jingli snorted, and without saying goodbye, he turned around and went downstairs. Princess Xixia, who was following beside him, looked at the situation in front of her with some confusion. She frowned and quickly chased after him. The good show was over, and many people who had been stimulated by the news they received today also left in twos and threes, pretending that nothing had happened. After a while, the only people left on the second floor were Yi Li's table and Mo Xiaoyao's table. Yi Li helplessly smiled bitterly in her heart. After today, the capital would definitely be very lively. Cough, cough. Greetings to Prince. I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to buy. Murong Ting, come with me. Hua Tianxiang lightly coughed and prepared to run away without any sense of loyalty. Qin Zheng and Mu Rongting also quickly nodded. After seeing Mo Xiaoyao nod in agreement, they quickly went downstairs. Before Qin Zheng left, she didn't forget to give Yi Li a worried and encouraging look. Seeing the figures of her good friends disappear at the top of the stairs, Yi Li sighed in amusement. They wouldn't think that she was embarrassed like other little girls, right? All right. Seeing a fiancé that she had never met in this kind of situation, it seemed that she should express a certain degree of shyness. Thinking about it, Yi Li decided to give up on such a difficult performance. She raised her head and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who was also sizing her up. Prince, why don't we change places to talk? After all, people still have to do business here. Chapter 36. A trace of surprise flashed through Mo Xiaoyao's eyes as he silently nodded his head. Thus, the two of them moved to a private room on the third floor of Chuxiang Pavilion. Miss Yi, you surprised me. In the only private room on the third floor, Mo Xiaoyao sat by the open window and looked at the girl in green, who didn't seem the least bit uneasy. Yi Li smiled slightly. Prince has also surprised me. If the man in front of her was the rumored crippled Prince Ding, then it could be seen just how unreliable the gossip in the capital was. So many years. It seems like there really is a problem with Jing Li's eyes. Mo Xiaoyao sighed as a trace of a smile flashed through his warm eyes. Yi Li smiled lightly. It's Prince's attitude that made Yi Li sigh. Actually, I always thought that I would receive a second annulment. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Yi Li looked at him in confusion before quickly reacting. I'll do my best to be careful. Moreover, the imperial order is like a mountain. Rather than disobeying it, why not try to move forward? Perhaps there will be a different light. Mo Xiaoyao lifted his hand to take off the mask on his face. The hideous scar under the mask was immediately exposed to Yi Li's eyes. That hideous scar really did ruin the beauty of the mask, but to Yi Li, who had seen broken limbs, bombs, and corpses, it wasn't even enough to shock her. Thus, she only blinked her eyes and asked apologetically, Prince, are you trying to scare me? Mo Xiaoyao stared blankly before a faint smile appeared on his lips. No, actually I don't like wearing this. Even though half of his face had been destroyed, Mo Xiaoyao never wore a mask when he was alone. He wasn't someone who didn't dare to face himself. Yi Li nodded in agreement. I also don't like people who wear masks. With a mask on, it was hard to see a person's expression and thoughts. Mo Xiaoyao was speechless. The girl in front of him was completely different from the girl Feng Zhiyao had investigated in his own conjecture. Looking at that calm and beautiful face, Mo Xiaoyao suddenly felt that Feng Zhiyao was right. Yi Li was indeed a very interesting woman, and she was the best choice he could make. A woman who was very suitable to be the future mistress of the king's mansion. Rondletang as usual, Yi Li sat in her seat with her head lowered. Facing the different expressions of everyone present, it was as if she didn't see anything. Minister Yi looked at his calm third daughter and aggrieved fourth daughter in front of him. He only felt a throbbing pain in his head. Originally, he wanted to reprimand Yi Li as usual, but looking at Yi Li's indifferent expression, the old fox who had been in the imperial court for decades suddenly realized that this wasn't the best choice. Moreover, it might lead to certain consequences that he did not want to face. Old Madam Yi was still high and mighty. She took in the expressions of everyone present. She thought of the servant's report that Prince Ding's carriage had personally sent her granddaughter to the gate. Although no one saw Prince Ding himself, They could basically confirm that it was Prince Ding who had personally sent Yili back. Looking at Yi Ying's bitter face, old Madam Yi was even more disappointed in this pampered granddaughter. Since Li and Prince Ding's marriage was arranged, Prince Li's behavior towards Ying became less and less caring. Of course, this could be due to Yi Ying's reputation during this period. But such an obvious change, even an old woman like her who rarely went out could detect it. Could it be that her smart and clever granddaughter didn't notice it at all? She didn't think about how to hold on to Prince Li, but still found trouble for her sisters. Could it be that she didn't understand that even if Li was not favored, she was still a daughter of a Yi family? In the future, she would also be of help to the Yi family? For the first time, old Madam Yi doubted whether it was a mistake to exchange Yi Ying for Yi Li and Prince Li's marriage. Enough. Li is your elder sister. Pay attention to your propriety as a younger sister. Old Madam Yi said. Yi Ying was stunned. She couldn't believe that old Madam Yi would actually speak up for Yi Li. Her eyes reddened as she felt wronged. She bit her red lips and said, "But grandmother, how could she embarrass Prince Li in public? This makes Inger pa." Old Madam Yi slammed the table heavily and said coldly, "Embarrass Prince Li? Prince Li made things difficult for Li in front of so many people. Why didn't he think of embarrassing the Yi family? Or does he think that the Yi family can only have Prince Li?" Old Madam Yi looked with some disappointment at Yi Ying, who still wanted to say something. For a man, she completely disregarded the family's reputation and interests. Could such a granddaughter really be expected to bring any benefits to the Yi family in the future? She was afraid that one day she would sell the Yi family for Prince Li. Or did she think that it would be better if Li's reputation was ruined? One's glory, one's loss, all's loss. She didn't even understand what Wang Shi had taught her all these years. Her cold gaze swept across Wang Shi. Wang Shi couldn't help but shrink back, not daring to meet old Madam Yi's gaze directly. "Father," Minister Yi frowned with some headache. He was also somewhat dissatisfied with Mo Jingli. He could pretend that he didn't know that Prince Li wanted to make things difficult for Li, but that had to be done in private. By making things difficult and ridiculing openly, he wasn't slapping Yi Li's face. He was trampling on the Yi family's face. If it wasn't for the second daughter in the palace and the little grandson that was about to be born, so what if he was the emperor's younger brother? How could he tolerate it like this? Inger, your grandmother's right. Even if you become Princess Li, you are still the daughter of the Yi family. Do you think that without the support of the Yi family and your second sister, you can stand firm in Princess Li? No matter if it's your second sister, or your eldest sister, third sister, fifth sister, or sixth sister, as long as you sisters are harmonious and support each other, no one can bully you in the future. Do you understand? But third sister offended not only Prince Li, but also Princess Xixia. Maybe even Princess Royal will blame us. Yi Ying looked at Yi Li with some unwillingness. She didn't hear what Minister Yi said at all. In Yi Ying's heart, other than her second sister in the palace, the other daughters of the Yi family were not worthy of being compared to her. She was the future Princess Li. Why would she need their support? Yi Li looked up and said softly, "Fourth sister, don't worry. When I came back, I already had someone send a letter of apology and gifts to Princess Royal's residence. Prince Ding's residence will also send someone to explain to Princess Royal. Princess Royal is magnanimous and righteous. I don't think she will blame us, the younger generation, for such a small matter." Of course, at the same time, Qin's residence, Murong's residence, and Duquo's residence also went to apologize. Hearing this, old Madam Yi showed an appreciative smile and said, "Li handled this matter very well. Since it was in public and Princess Xixia was at fault first, Princess Royal has always been able to distinguish right from wrong and won't argue with the younger generation. His Highness Prince Ding is also considerate. When he returns, he will send a gift to the Prince Ding mansion, saying that he is thanking Prince Ding for personally sending Li back. Let Li handle it herself. If you want to send something, just go to the storeroom and get it." After hesitating for a moment, Old Madam Yi still handed this matter to Yi Li. She was really worried about Madame Wang. Although the Yi family didn't need to curry favor with Prince Ding's residence, they couldn't make their relationship worse. Chapter 37. Lear understands. Please don't worry, grandmother. Yili stood up and responded. Wang Shi's face was a little pale. It was the responsibility of the mistress of the house to maintain relationships. If it was in Yi Li's personal name, it would be fine. But in the name of the Yi family, she asked Yi Li to do it. It was clearly embarrassing her as the mistress of the house. Old Madam Yi did not give her a chance to speak. She frowned and said, If you have time, you might as well take care of Inger's dowry. Don't forget that there are not many days left before the wedding. Yes, Wang Shi responded timidly. Master, Old Madam Yi's nanny hurried in. She deliberately looked at Yi Li before walking to Old Madam Yi and said, Old Madam, young Master Su and the second, third, fourth, and fifth young masters of the Su family are here to visit. What? Minister Yi was so shocked that he jumped out of his chair. The young masters of the Su family came to visit at the same time. Didn't that mean that his troublesome brother-in-law had also arrived in the capital? Of course, with Master Su's pride, he would never personally visit the Yi family who killed his only baby sister. Old Madam Yi reacted quickly and said, Quick, invite the young Master Su in. Yi Li was also a little surprised. She did not know that her uncle and cousin had arrived in the capital and did not go to greet them. This made Yi Li feel a little guilty. When her uncle was still in the capital, he doted on her the most. After not seeing him for so many years, even Yi Li did not know what to do. Grandmother, Li will go and greet them personally. Old Madam Yi nodded and said, Go. Inger or Shan or Lin go too. She ignored Yi Lin and Yi Shan's surprise and Yi Ying's dissatisfaction. She also did not care what Old Madam Yi was thinking. Yi Li got up and walked out quickly. Yi Lin and Yi Shan behind her also quickly followed. Only Yi Ying was left looking at Minister Yi unwillingly. She was the future Princess Li. Why should she go and greet Yi Li's cousin? Inga, Minister Yi had a headache. This daughter of his was really spoiled too much. Seeing Minister Ye's expression, Yi Ying knew that her father was really angry. She had to bite her lips and turn around to follow Yi Li and others. Before Er's wedding, let her come to Ronla Hall every day to serve me, her grandmother. Old Madam Yi looked at Wang Shi and said coldly, This daughter-in-law still has many things to tell Inger, I'm afraid. Wang Shi said uneasily, You teach? Look at what you've taught them all these years. Old Madam Yi said coldly, They don't know when to advance or retreat. Just because she had some talent and looks, she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. These are nothing in the boudoir, but once you get married, you'll have to take charge of a manor. Can those poems, songs, dances, and schemes that you taught be enough to support the Li Palace's reputation? Minister Yi nodded and said, Mother is right. Zhao Yang was personally taught by her mother. It is in Er's fortune that Mother is able to give her some advice. Seeing that her husband had agreed without hesitation with an irrefutable expression, Wang Shi could only helplessly endure it. Recently, those little bitches have been restless, especially that concubine Mother Zhao. She didn't have time to care about Er's matters. At the gate of the Yi mansion, two handsome youths came down from the carriage. The youth in front glanced at the housekeeper waiting at the gate of the Yi mansion, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He clicked his tongue and smiled at the people in the carriage. It seems that Big Brother's face is not enough. No one came to pick us up. The youth who came down behind him and was 2 years older glanced at him and said, Did Big Brother let you come show off? The youth didn't care and made a face at his brother. Who cares? I'm here to see Sister Li. Su Qingyan, pay attention to your etiquette. Someone in the carriage said lightly. Su Qingyan blinked at his brother and complained in a low voice, Second brother is fiercer than Big Brother. Su Qingbai rolled his eyes at him. If you know he's fierce, why do you keep provoking him? The head steward of the Yi residence looked awkwardly at the two young masters of the Su family who were talking to each other. These two young masters obviously treated his invitation to the young masters as a passing wind and had no intention of entering. Not to mention the young masters who were still sitting in the carriage and had not even seen them. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to go forward and invite them, Yi Li's excited voice came from the gate behind him. "Is it fourth cousin and fifth brother?" Su Qingbai turned to look at the girl in green, who came out quickly. His gaze changed from a bit of a stranger to a warm smile when Yi Li came closer. "Li, I'm fourth brother. Do you remember me?" Yi Li nodded slightly. Su Qingbai was the closest to her among the 5 children of the Su family. He was only 1 year older than her, so he was the closest to her when they were young. When she lived in the Su family, the two of them also studied and played together. "Fourth brother. Hee, big sister Li, I'm Qingyan." Su Qingyan didn't want to be left behind and came forward. Yi Li looked at the handsome youth in front of her and smiled. "Fifth brother has grown up. You really look like eldest aunt. That year when we left the capital, fifth brother was still a child." Su Qingyan's handsome face fell. "Big sisterly bullied me. Big brother, second brother, and cousin. Third brother?" The curtain of the carriage behind them was lifted, and Su Qingfeng jumped down from the carriage. Fortunately, Li still remembers third brother. Otherwise, third brother would be jealous. 2 young men came out of the carriage. They were the Su family's eldest son, known as the #1 scholar in the world, Su Qingshun, and the Su family's second son, Su Qingze. Li. Su Qingshun was dressed in white. When he saw Yi Li, his handsome face was dyed with a faint smile. Compared to Su Qingshun's handsome and elegant appearance, the 19-year-old Su Qingze had a more serious and solemn expression. He gave off a cold and distant feeling, but Yi Li could also feel the warmth in his eyes when he looked at her. "Big brother, second brother," Yi Li softly called out. She didn't know why, but her eyes were somewhat sour. A strange feeling of not knowing what to do surrounded Yi Li, who had always thought that she could handle it with ease. Even though there were many sisters in the Yi family, Yi Li had always felt that she was alone. But suddenly, there were so many brothers by her side. It was as if she had returned to the time when her mother hadn't passed away and her uncle and grandfather hadn't left the capital. It was as if she had returned to her previous life. Although there was no end to the fighting, it still made people feel warm. Su Qingshun raised his hand and stroked the hair by Yi Li's ear. He softly sighed and said, "Li has suffered these years." Yi Li repeatedly shook her head. Her throat seemed to be choked by something, and she couldn't say a word. "Third sister, it's rude to let these cousins stand at the door. It's better to quickly invite them in." Ying stepped forward and gently said to Yi Li. Then she gracefully bowed to Su Qingshun. "Inger greets cousin Qingshun." Su Qingfeng rubbed his nose and stood behind his second brother. He had come to the Yi family many times, but the arrogant Yi Ying had never been so polite to him. Chapter 38. Yi Ying's expression changed slightly, and she forced a smile. Yi Li quickly calmed down and smiled at Su Qingshun. "Li has been rude. Eldest brother, let's go in. Father and grandmother are waiting for cousins and fifth brother." Su Qingshun nodded. Beside him, Su Qingze waved his hand. The servants of the Su family waiting at the side took out the gifts they had brought from the carriage behind them and respectfully followed behind their master to the gate of the Yi residence. Yi Li followed beside Su Qingshun and Su Qingze and asked softly, "Eldest brother, how are eldest uncle and aunt?" Su Qingshun nodded and smiled. "Mother stayed in Yinzhou. Father is fine. He's just a little tired from the journey. He'll be fine after some rest." Eldest uncle and cousins came. Why didn't they tell Li so that Li could welcome them? Yi Li complained softly. Su Qingfeng, who was walking behind them, laughed and said, "You can't blame me. It was eldest uncle who sent a letter in advance and forbade anyone from receiving them. My father only found out when eldest uncle and eldest brother moved to another residence in the capital. He even threw a huge tantrum." Yi Li also knew that eldest uncle didn't like formalities and didn't mind. She smiled and said, "Then I'll go visit eldest uncle tomorrow. How are Mother Lin and Mother Wei?" "They're fine. Mother Lin and Mother Wei are the most loyal to Aunt. Their families are also willing to follow you to the Ding residence. That's why grandfather let their families follow you. Su Qingzi said. Yili nodded and didn't say anything polite. She felt even more guilty towards her grandfather. She had never been able to make him happy, yet she still had to make her grandfather worry about her at his age. Su Qingchan looked down at her and patted her shoulder lightly. Don't think too much. As long as you're well, grandfather will be happy. I know, Yili said. Yi Lin and Yi Shan watched as a few handsome men escorted Yili away. They then looked at Yi Ying, who had a gloomy expression on her face. After exchanging glances with each other, Yi Lin looked at Yi Ying and asked carefully, Fourth elder sister, those people, are third elder sister's cousins? Yi Ying raised her head and glared at her fiercely. Yi Lin could not help but take a step back when she saw the ruthless expression that she had never seen before. She almost bumped into Yi Shan behind her. Yi Ying sneered and looked at her with disdain. You should give up now. What kind of family is the Su family? They won't take a fancy to you. After saying that, he didn't care about Yi Lin's expression and turned to follow her. Yi Lin was taken aback by Yi Ying's words. Her delicate face instantly turned red. Thinking of Yi Ying's meaning, he felt ashamed and embarrassed. Yi Shan looked at her and shook her head. She's in a bad mood. Who asked you to provoke her? Let's go. Grandmother won't be happy if we're late. Yi Lin didn't expect Yi Shan, who always went her own way, to comfort her. Seeing that the others were almost out of sight, she quickly followed with Yi Shan. Rong Latang, greetings to old madam and uncle. Su Qingshan went forward to greet old madam Yi and Minister Yi. Then the others followed. Old madam Yi looked at the 5 men standing in the hall. Su Qingshan, who had been famous for a long time, was handsome and gentle. Even Su Qingyan, who was only 13 years old, was handsome and well-mannered. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that the Su family was better at teaching children than the Yi family. Old Madame Ye's eyes flashed, and she quickly smiled. We're all family. Let's dispense with the formalities. How's your father? Su Qingshan stood up and replied gracefully and calmly. Father is doing well. It's just that he's tired from the journey and couldn't come to visit you. Please forgive him. Although she knew he was just being polite, old Madame Yi couldn't say more. She just smiled and said, It's a tiring journey. You should have a good rest. Rong come and greet your cousin. Yi Rong stood beside Wang Shi. He wanted to say something, but he saw his father staring at him sternly. Then he reluctantly went forward and said, Rong greets cousin. Yi Rong was not a scheming person. He didn't even do a good job on the surface. He didn't like Yi Li. Naturally, he didn't like Yi Li's cousin. So even though he was warned by his father and grandmother before, he still couldn't completely hide his expression. Even when they were greeting each other, there was a hint of indifference and perfunctory in their actions. Minister Ye's face darkened again. Su Qingyan curled his lips and turned his head without saying anything. Anyway, he was the youngest. It wasn't his turn to speak. Su Qingshan acted as if he didn't see Yi Rong's expression. His smile was still warm and polite, and even a little bit more amiable. Yi is too polite. I heard that Ye's literary talent is quite good. Qingyan and Yi are the same age. Qingyan is very naughty. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around more. Su Qingyan was mad. He wanted to walk around with him. But on the surface, he didn't dare to refute Su Qingshan at all. He obediently showed a friendly smile. Big brother, you're right. I must learn more from Yi. Su Qingshan was very satisfied with his brother's obedience. Later, he asked people to send gifts for Yi Rong and the Yi family. Yi Rong suddenly had a better impression of Su Qingshan. Compared with Su Qingfeng, who always picked on him, threatened him, and despised him, Su Qingshan, who didn't look down on him at all, was simply too likable. Su Qingyan, who was forced to make friends, quietly flashed to Su Qingbai's side. He secretly poked his arm, and then gave him a puzzled look. Why does big brother like this fool? Su Qingbai's eyes were upright and fair. Because he's stupid enough. How could an idiot think that his big brother would really like the Yi family except for his cousin? The possibility was even lower than that his big brother wouldn't make things difficult for Prince Ding. Okay? The young masters of the Su family, led by big brother Su Qingshun, had a cordial meeting with Minister Yi and old Madam Yi. As for Wang, who sat on the side and couldn't get a word in several times, she was deliberately ignored. The fifth young master of the Su family later said that he didn't like to talk to other people's concubines. That's right, in the eyes of the Su family, they had never recognized Wang's status as the legal wife. Not to mention the grudge between Wang and the late Madame Su. The Su family itself didn't recognize concubines as the legal wife. Of course, this might also have something to do with the fact that no one in the Su family took in a concubine, except for a few rare cases. If Wang was really a virtuous, and thrifty lady, they could still give a certain degree of respect. Unfortunately, Wang obviously didn't have these virtues. After that, Su Qingshun very tactfully and politely mentioned that his father missed his niece, who he hadn't seen for many years, and asked to take Yi Li to the Su family's residence for a while. Old Madame Yi naturally refused without thinking, and said that Yi Li was about to get married and needed to stay at home to wait for the wedding. Su Qingshun said that because his aunt died early, his grandfather was afraid that his cousin would be looked down upon by her husband's family after she got married. He especially asked his second aunt to invite the best housekeeping madams in the capital to teach her. He also sent a few nannies to teach his cousin etiquette. After all, it was said that the third daughter of the Yi family had no talent, no virtue, and no appearance. It could be seen that his cousin needed to be taught strictly whether it was etiquette, bearing, or speaking. Chapter 39. Seeing old Madame Yi shut her mouth with a look of bitterness that she couldn't say. Yi Li was once again sure that when dealing with an old woman like old Madame Yi, she absolutely couldn't shed all pretense of cordiality and confront her with force. Seeing her own cousin speak so elegantly and courteously, who wouldn't believe that this was definitely a gentle and courteous junior respectfully listening to the elder's opinion. But looking at old Madame Yi's expression that definitely couldn't be called beautiful, could she really give any opinion? Even in the end, when old Madame Yi wanted Yishan and Yilin to accompany Yi Li to the Su family side courtyard, her idea was rejected by Su Qingyan with a smile on his face, saying that men and women shouldn't be so close to each other. It would affect the reputation of the two young ladies. She could only helplessly watch as Yi Li was led out of the Yi family's main gate by the several young masters of the Su family. Once they left the Yi family, everyone was clearly much more relaxed and casual. Even Su Qingze, who always had a cold face, revealed a faint smile. The unfamiliarity between the siblings that had been separated for many years seemed to disappear in an instant. As for Su Qingyan, who was too young and didn't have an impression of Yi Li, he was very familiar with her. In a short while, they were intimate as if they had grown up together as siblings. Because the current head of the Su family, Su Qingshun, Su Qingbai, Su Qingyan's father, and Yi Li's uncle, Su Hongyu didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he didn't live in his younger brother's imperial censor manor. Instead, he directly lived in a small side courtyard of the Su family in the capital. Therefore, Yi Li and the others directly went to the Su family side courtyard. Uncle, seeing the middle-aged man in front of her, who was still elegant and gentle, Yi Li called out hoarsely. Su Hongyu also looked at this little niece that he had doted on since childhood. Seeing that face that was 70% similar to his sister who had passed away early and was a bit stronger than her sister, he couldn't help but sigh softly. He waved his hand at Yi Li and said, "Li, you've worked hard these years. Uncle knows about the matters in the capital. With Uncle around, let's see who still dares to make things difficult for you." Yi Li also felt that her eyes were somewhat sore. She forced a smile and said, "With second Uncle around, who dares to make things difficult for Li? Li just misses Uncle and Grandfather." Su Hongyu glanced at his brother with some dissatisfaction and said, "If he was useful, would the mother and daughter of the Yi family be so smug?" Su Hongyan also knew his brother's temper. He could only helplessly smile bitterly and said, "Big brother is right. It's your younger brother who didn't take good care of Li. Uncle, Yili shook her uncle's arm unwillingly. She didn't feel any pressure to act coquettishly in front of her uncle. After all, she had been like this since she was young. Who asked her to be a real child at that time? Moreover, he was the only child in the entire Su family who was not afraid of first uncle. Su Hongyu lovingly rubbed the back of Yi Li's head and said with a smile, "All right, uncle was just saying. I haven't seen you for so many years, but you only care about your second uncle." That's not true. Lear has always missed uncle and grandfather. Then when your grandfather wants you to go to Yunzhou, you still dare to refuse. After chatting with her two uncles for a while, Su Hongyu had Su Qingyan bring her to the room that had already been prepared. At the same time, she could see the two mamas who had been waiting for a long time. Yili also knew that her uncle and cousin probably had something to talk about. She obediently followed Su Qingyan. Yili's room had already been prepared. It was in a quiet and secluded courtyard in the innermost part of the residence. The residence of the Su family, whether it was the imperial censor's residence or the former Su residence in the capital, was all simple and elegant. It also suited Yi Li's feelings very well. As soon as she stepped through the door, someone immediately came up to greet her. "Miss." Two mamas dressed in plain clothes came up to greet her. When they saw Yi Li, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their eyes filled with hot tears. "Mama Lin, Nanny," Yili called out. Mama Lin was a personal maid who had followed her mother since childhood. She was almost 50 years old this year. Yili's nanny was also a child of the Su family. She was also 40 years old this year. Yili still remembered that when she forcibly sent Mama Lin and Mama Wei back to the Su family, the two of them knelt in front of her and begged her. They would rather die than leave. Since then, until she met Qing Shuang, there had been no one she could trust around her. However, Yili didn't regret it, because she was very clear that at that time, she had just recovered her memory and her mind was still in a mess. Moreover, her body was also very weak. It was impossible for her to protect these two people who were sincerely good to her. Miss, the two mamas quickly walked to Yili. Mama Lin said with tears in her eyes, "Miss has finally grown up. You look so much like Miss." Wei Mama's feelings for Yi Li were even deeper. After all, she was the one who personally took care of Yi Li since she was young. "Sob, I'm sorry, eldest Mississippi. I've left eldest Miss alone in the Yi residence for so many years. Fortunately, Miss is fine." Yili sighed in her heart. She was still a little clumsy to deal with such a situation. She could only persuade the two mamas clumsily. Su Qingyan looked at Yi Li's somewhat stiff appearance and secretly laughed. At the same time, he was sure that the Yi family had mistreated his cousin. "Ahem, Mama Lin, Mama Wei, you will be with Sister Li in the future. It's not very soon. Why don't we go inside and talk slowly?" After being reminded by Su Qingyan, the two mamas quickly wiped their faces and nodded repeatedly. "Fifth young master is right. We were careless. Quick, Miss, see if you like your room. If you don't like it, we can change it." Watching Yili being pulled away by the two mamas, Su Qingyan, who had been forgotten, was stunned for a moment. He rolled his eyes at the sky and turned to walk out. Yili was pulled into her room and received the enthusiasm of the two mamas. On the other side of the courtyard, the atmosphere in the study was somewhat cold. Su Hongyu sat behind the desk and looked at his younger brother. The smile on his lips made Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai, who were hiding behind him, couldn't help but shiver. "So, His Highness Princely thinks that Li is not worthy of him and turned to seduce the Yi family's fourth young Mississippi. And the Emperor thinks that Li's reputation of 3 to 5,000 gold and the shame of being abandoned by Prince Li can be used to humiliate Prince Ding." Everyone's lips couldn't help but twitch. "Seduce? Eldest uncle, you are a great scholar. Can't you speak more elegantly?" Su Hongyan nodded and said, "It is indeed so." As if he still felt that the atmosphere in the study was not low enough, Su Qingshun, who was sitting at the lower end, had a smile that was even more graceful than his father's as he took out a letter from his sleeve and said, "Just earlier today, Li Wang publicly stated at Chuxiang Pavilion that no matter how much Li tries to please the crowd, he will definitely not marry her. Shiver. Su Qingyan, who had just slipped in, inconspicuously moved behind his fourth brother. Su Hongyu took the letter and looked at it for a while. He didn't say anything for a long time. Just as Su Hongyan was about to speak with some worry, he heard Su Hongyu laugh and say, "Not bad. You are truly worthy of being my Su family's daughter." As he said this, he directly handed the letter to Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan's lips twitched as he tried not to laugh. He had always stayed in the capital. How could he not know that this niece of his was definitely not as elegant as she appeared to be on the surface? But to be this fierce was rare. She was probably really provoked by Prince Li. Chapter 40. Prince Ding was there. Su Hongyan folded the letter and put it in his sleeve, ignoring Su Qingyan, who was still waiting for him. He had to go back and study how to add more information to Prince Li. Sure enough, he was too idle to find trouble with Li seemed to have talked with Prince Ding. They seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Su Qingshun smiled faintly. Su Hongyu thought for a moment and waved his hand. Your grandfather thinks highly of Prince Ding. It doesn't seem to be dissatisfied with the marriage. Qingshun, I'll leave the rest to you. Su Qingshun nodded and smiled. I understand. I've been away from the capital for many years and haven't seen Prince Ding for a long time. When Yili arrived at the Su family, she found out that Su Qingshun didn't just say that to brush off Madame Yi when he said that she needed to learn a lot of things. In fact, on the second day, Yili stayed at the Su family's residence. Second aunt personally asked Duchess Hua to teach her how to manage the household and how to interact with the nobles. In addition, an old maid from the palace taught Yili the etiquette and rules of the palace. Every afternoon, Su Hongyu would personally explain some strategies to Yili, and then Su Qingshun would teach her how to appreciate antiques and treasures. He would also give her a detailed breakdown of the various powers in the capital. Yili had always thought that she had lived longer than others, so she should have learned a lot. Now she knew that in the eyes of her uncles and cousins in the Su family, she was still far from being an excellent lady. Thus, Yili began to take all sorts of exams, just like how she did in her previous life. She strived to memorize as much knowledge as possible from her uncle's teachings within a short span of a month. Miss Qin is here. Yili was sitting in the pavilion playing chess with Su Qingbai. Su Qingyan was watching from his side. Qing Shuang came in to report. These days, not only was Yili forced to learn, but Qing Shuang and Qing Xia, who came with her, were also taught by Mother Lin. Although it had only been a short time, Qing Shuang had become much more mature than before. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "My future second sister-in-law." Su Qingbai put down the chess piece and smiled at Yili. "Since there are guests here, let's continue tomorrow." Yili was more than happy to oblige. Compared to Go, she actually preferred Chinese chess. From Yili's point of view, Go was a game that placed a lot of emphasis on feelings. It required a macro strategy, a silent strategy, and mutual infiltration. Chess, on the other hand, was much faster. Horses and spears could be swung, and weapons could be exchanged. In Yi Li's heart, it was still the same as it was in her previous life. She liked the feeling of pleasure even more. As Su Qingbai put down his pieces, Yili raised her head and smiled. "I'm not good at playing Go. I'm afraid that fourth brother has already lost his patience, right?" Su Qingbai stood up and shook his head with a smile. "Compared to Xiao Wu, I'd rather play with you." Su Xiao Wu was the Su family's #1 Go addict, Go idiot. He was terrible at playing Go, but he was still obsessed with it. It was a pity that even the servants in the Su family disdained to play Go with him. Hearing Su Qingbai's words, Su Qingyan looked at Yili with a mournful expression. Yili couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She really didn't know if fourth brother was praising her or insulting her. Qinzheng was quickly invited in, and Su Qingbai also took Su Qingyan out. It seems like you're doing well in the Su family." Qinzheng stood outside the pavilion and smiled at Yili. Yili's face was ashen as she pulled Qinzheng in. "I never knew that I still had so many things to learn." Qinzheng covered her mouth and snickered. "Aunt Yi passed away early, so you naturally have more to learn." Which one of us didn't grow up from elementary school? Moreover, you're not marrying into an ordinary family, but into the Ding royal estate. You can't blame Uncle Sue and the rest for being so meticulous. Yili thought of the 2 military strategy books that she still had in her study and couldn't help but frown. Those who didn't know would think that she wasn't getting married, but going to war. However, compared to the books that Mother Lin and the wet nurse brought, Yili wisely chose the more practical and interesting military strategy books. Hee, let's not talk about this. Has my biological sister seen my second brother? Yili asked Qinzheng with a smile. Qinzheng was slightly surprised and glared at Yili before saying in a low voice, "Eldest young master and second young master have both gone out." Yili sighed regretfully. That meant that she hadn't seen them. After thinking about it, she leaned over Qinzheng's side and laughed softly. "It's okay, they will come back." Looking at her meaningful smile, Qinzheng's face turned even redder. She was so angry that she reached out to pinch her. Yili hurriedly begged for mercy while dodging. Sister Qin, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Have mercy." Qinzheng glared at her fiercely again before saying, "You girl, why didn't you feel anything when you saw Prince Ding that day?" Yili's calm performance that day had left a deep impression on Qinzheng. Qinzheng compared her unsettled mood and couldn't help but feel depressed and uneasy. Yili touched her nose in embarrassment. How could she have the nerve to tell the young girl in front of her that she was already past the age of blushing when facing a handsome guy? Cough, cough, about this, just be normal. It's nothing. It's everyone's first time meeting each other, and no one is worse than the other. Yili persuaded. Qinzheng angrily rolled her eyes at Yili. She finally understood that Yili, this weirdo, didn't understand the delicate and beautiful thoughts of a girl. Yili cried out, "Who doesn't understand?" While Yili was living a busy and happy life in the Su family's residence, the Yi family and the Li Palace were in deep water. The matter of that day at Chuxiang Pavilion spread through various channels in the capital. Of course, there were all kinds of conjectures from the masses. There were even people in the gambling houses who were betting on when Li Wang would abandon fourth young Missy again. The news of Li Wang and Princess Xixia's affair also inexplicably spread. The Princess of Nanzhao and the Prince of the Chu State fell in love at first sight, but because of their respective identities, they separated. The princess's old love was hard to forget, but the lover who came from thousands of miles away already had another beauty in his arms. Such a sad love tragedy. It was almost written into a storybook and sung in the tea houses and wine shops. Because of this, Ying found Mo Jingli to complain tearfully. It just so happened that Mo Jingli was in a terrible fix, and the two parted on bad terms. As a result, the rumors became even more turbulent. Prince Imperial Concubine Dowager invites you in. Mo Jingli stepped into the palace with a gloomy expression. The steward, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly came forward to report. Mo Jingli nodded. He was originally going to return to his own place, but he turned and walked towards Xian Zhao Grand Concubine's courtyard. Mu Fei, Xian Zhao Grand Concubine, supported her forehead as she sat on the soft couch, her expression somewhat ugly. Seeing Mo Jingli come in, she forced out a smile and said, "Lear is here. Come and sit. Does Mu Fei have any orders?" Mo Jingli walked to the seat below the Imperial Concubine and asked. The Imperial Concubine shook her head and said, "Mu Fei just wants to ask you how things are going. Seeing that the wedding date is approaching, if something happens again, it will not look good for the Emperor." Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, "Mu Fei, don't worry. It's just some rumors. Nothing will happen." Xian Zhao Grand Concubine frowned and said, "Originally, Mu Fei did not agree to you marrying Yi Ying. But seeing that she is Yi Zhaoyi's younger sister, I endured it. Now, things have become so unseemly. Can she still hold up the Li Palace's face in the future?" Mo Jingli's cold eyes flashed with a trace of light and said respectfully, "She is not sensible. In the future, I will have to trouble Mu Fei to teach her well." Xian Zhao Grand Concubine waved her hand and said with some annoyance, "Forget it. Since things have come to this, I can only do this." Go and tell Ying that these days I will be well-behaved and wait for the wedding. Since I want to be the Li Palace's Wang Fei, I need to be praised as a Wang Fei. Especially, don't provoke her third sister. Chapter 41. Imperial Mother. The consort dowager sneered and looked at Mo Jingli helplessly. Li, you really made a mistake this time. Although Imperial Mother couldn't see through third young Miss Ye's depth, how could that girl really be a barren daughter, like others say? Besides, even if she really is a barren daughter, as long as she isn't a fool, she is still more valuable than Ying. I heard that the head of the Su family, Su Hongyu, and several other young masters have arrived in the capital. Now you should know how important Yili is to the Su family. Mo Jingli coldly snorted. No matter how old the Su family is, they have already withdrawn from the imperial court. Besides, that Yili has no virtue to speak of. She is unfit to be the princess consort of the Li Palace. The consort dowager sighed and nodded. Forget it, as long as you know what you are doing. Mo Jingli didn't know that the recent days were just the beginning of his bad luck. Even if they had already withdrawn from the imperial court, the power of the aristocratic families that had spanned across 2 dynasties for hundreds of years was not something a mere prince could resist. Ding Kingdom Residence, Prince, third young master Feng, is here. Hearing the guard's report, Mo Xiaoyao put down the brush he was painting and frowned. Let him in. After a while, Feng Jiao appeared at the door of the study, looking like a hedonistic son of rich parents. He said with a grin, "The wedding is near, and you can still sit still?" Mo Xiao didn't look at him and said indifferently, "What are you doing here? It won't be good to let people know that you are in contact with me." Feng Jiao helplessly shrugged. "I didn't want to come. Someone wants to see you. The threshold of your Ding Kingdom residence is too high, so they came to find me." Mo Xiao stopped painting and pondered for a moment before raising his head. Su Qingchen, Prince Ding is well informed. You really live up to your reputation. Someone outside the door laughed. Su Qingchen, dressed in white, gracefully walked in. The study suddenly accommodated 3 outstanding men with their own characteristics, making it seem a little crowded in an instant. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Su Qingchen in silence for a moment, then sighed and said, "Thank you for your hard work, great Mr. Su." Su Qingchen nodded in satisfaction and said, "There's no need for that. Even if it wasn't you, if it was someone else, Father would still personally come to the capital. You should know that Li is the only daughter of our Su family." Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and found a place to sit as he looked at Mo Xiaoyao mockingly. Like he said, the future Ding Wang Fei's backing was very big. Su Qingchen clearly had no intention of being courteous. He walked over to an empty chair and sat down. Sizing up Mo Xiaoyao, he said, "Who would have thought that the #1 young general in the capital would become so cultured and refined?" When Su Qingchen became famous, Mo Xiaoyao was also at the peak of his fame, so the two of them had some friendship. However, one was a martial artist, the other was a scholar. Their personalities were as different as heaven and earth, so they didn't have a deep friendship. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. Is Brother Su rubbing salt on someone's wound by mentioning this? Su Qingchen raised his eyebrows and smiled. If Prince can't even accept the current situation, why should the Su family hand Li over to you? Furthermore, this one doesn't see that Prince feels hurt. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyes carrying a faint indifference. If this one feels hurt, will Brother Su not mention it? Feng Jiao rolled his eyes at the 2 people in front of him. I say, do the 2 of you intend to keep talking about this meaningless nonsense? Su Qingchen smiled apologetically. All right, this one has been rude. However, I believe that Prince will forgive the feelings of an elder brother who is about to marry off his sister, right? Mo Xiaoyao could only smile bitterly. Actually, Xiaoyao is more curious. Why would the Su family agree to marry Miss Yi into the Ding Wang Fu? Su Qingchen glanced at Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao smiled lazily at him. Su Qingshan understood that Feng Jiao was someone Mo Xiuyao trusted. Although he didn't know why Mo Xiuyao would trust the son of the Feng family who was obviously on the emperor's side, Su Qingshan didn't plan to get to the bottom of it, because the emperor won't give us the chance to freely choose. Li Wang wasn't a good choice in the first place. It just so happens that Li also doesn't like him. What's more, the emperor actually agreed to cancel the engagement. Then why didn't he agree? Although the emperor was meddlesome and bestowed a marriage to Li compared to Li Wang, this one and my father still believe in Prince Ding more. Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. Li Wang is the #1 candidate for husband in the hearts of the noble ladies in the capital. Su Qingshan didn't care at all. That doesn't change the fact that he's an idiot. Was Li Wang an idiot? Of course not. However, eldest young master Su clearly didn't think so. Therefore, Feng Jiao could only throw him a ruthless look. Is the emperor still unable to tolerate the Su family? Tying the Su family and the Ding Wang Fu together, then swallowing them in one gulp. Isn't his appetite too big? After a while, Mo Xiuyao asked faintly. In the study, the temperature seemed to instantly become cold. Feng Jiao couldn't help but retract his unrestrained smile, frowning as he looked at Mo Xiuyao. Huh, Prince's good eyesight. Su Qingshan smiled, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his actions still boundless elegance. The emperor probably thinks that the Su family and the Ding Wang Fu are no longer as powerful as they used to be. If we act separately, it's hard to avoid alerting the enemy. It's better to capture them all in one go. After all, the Su family is estranged from Mount Li, the #1 school in the Chu state. At least half of the officials in the imperial court came from Mount Li. How can you let the emperor, who has great talent and bold vision, rest assured? For some reason, Feng Jiao felt that the words great talent and bold vision coming out of Su Qingshan's mouth were more like sarcasm. Mo Xiuyao nodded, saying, the Ding Wang Fu's vitality is indeed greatly damaged. No wonder the emperor is so confident. Su Qingshan smiled. This one doesn't think the emperor should have that much confidence. Otherwise, all these years, why would the Ding Wang Fu still exist? The Ding Wang Fu was definitely a thorn in the side of the emperor. Back then, when the Ding Wang Fu encountered a huge change, if it wasn't for the man in front of him withstanding his illness to turn the tide, the Ding Wang Fu would probably only exist in the memories of the people. Feng Jiao looked at the two equally cultured and refined men in front of him and couldn't help but shiver from the bottom of his heart. To turn the two families that he feared the most into in-laws, the emperor, do you really hate your own vast territory so much? I say, can the two of you discuss something that normal people can accept? He was only a hedonistic son. A hedonistic son? Why did they have to discuss something that could lead to the execution of the entire family in front of him? Su Qingshan nodded in agreement, very considerately changing his words. All right, I feel that there will be some changes in the marriage between Prince and Li. Of course, the Su family, who is already far away from the capital, is powerless to do anything about these matters. So I'll have to trouble Prince. Just take it as Prince's sincerity. Mo Xiuyao nodded. Many thank for Brother Su's reminder. I know what to do. Su Qingshan stood up in satisfaction. Say, since that's the case, this one will take his leave. Let's chat again when there's time. Chapter 42. Mo Xiuyao nodded. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the wheelchair a few times. A brown-clothed youth appeared at the door. Prince, send young Master Su out. Su Qingshan's handsome brows raised slightly. He didn't say anything else and followed the youth out. Only the two of them were left in the study. Feng Jiao looked at his good friend with a puzzled expression. Yao, why do I feel that this Su Qingshan is different from the rumors? Are you, young Master Feng, the same inside and outside? Feng Jiao was speechless. Who in this world did not live with a few masks on their faces? What does Su Qingshan mean? Does that person in the palace really want to wipe out the Su family and the Ding royal estate in one fell swoop? Feng Jiao asked. The Su family is the head of the literati in the Chu state. The Ding royal estate has always held a large number of troops. They are indeed an eyesore to him. But there's no need to pull the two families together, right? Isn't he afraid that you guys will work together to pull him down from the top? Was he too confident, or did the emperor himself have a hidden trump card? Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The Su family won't rebel. He only needs to implicate the Su family when the Ding royal estate is unlucky. He is very clear in his heart that as long as Sir Qing Yun is around, the Su family will definitely not betray the Chu state. Even if they become in-laws, the Su family won't provide much help to the Ding royal estate. Feng Jiao shrugged his shoulders. He secretly thought that he didn't see that Su Qingchen as a subject who would pledge his loyalty to the emperor. Get someone to keep a close eye on Mo Jingli. Mo Xiaoyao picked up his brush again to finish the unfinished painting. Feng Jiao lazily fanned himself. Mo Jingli is very busy right now. Who do you think spread those rumors? When he first heard those rumors, Feng Jiao felt that Mo Jingli was so unlucky this year because he didn't burn incense properly. Mo Xiaoyao did not even raise his head. Su family, Murong family, Duqua family, Lu family, Censorate, Chuxiang Pavilion, and Feng Jiao was speechless. Fine, he shouldn't have asked. After offending so many people, if Mo Jingli wasn't unlucky, then who would be? At the end of the 4th month, the Yi residence sent someone to bring Yili back to the Yi residence. Yi Ying's wedding was set to be held on the last day of April. It was said to be the only auspicious day in April. Su Hongyu calmly dismissed the people sent by the Yi family to pick up Yili. He only asked Su Qingbai and Su Qingyan to personally send Yili back the day before Yi Ying's wedding. Although Minister Yi was very unhappy, he did not say much due to his inexplicable fear of his brother-in-law. He only asked Yili to return to Qing Yixian to rest. When Yili went to the Su residence, she only brought 2 maids, Qing Shuang and Qing Xia. When she returned, she brought Mother Lin, Mother Wei, and more than a dozen people. There were also 2 maids, Qing Luan and Qing Yu, personally chosen by her grandfather. Qing Yixian, which was not big to begin with, seemed a little crowded. Mother Wei looked at the decorations of Qing Yixian and wiped her tears. How is this a place for a rich young lady? Yili did not mind. She only smiled and advised, no matter how gorgeous the decorations are, it'll be taken advantage of by others when we leave. Mother Wei still did not agree. She only said that the young lady should not be wronged. Then she ordered the maids to redecorate Yili's room. Yili had no choice but to go. It seemed that everyone was dissatisfied with her room, and also complained every time she came. Young miss, eldest young miss has come. The maid waiting outside the door reported. Yili put down the needle and thread in her hand. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Invite Shitsi Cifei in." After a while, a beautiful woman dressed in palace clothing stepped into the room. Seeing Yili sitting at the table, she couldn't help but smile. Third sister. Yili quickly rose to greet. Greetings to Shitsi Cifei. This woman was the eldest young miss of the Yi residence, Nan Marquis Shitsi Cifei Yizhan. Yizhan pulled her and said with a smile, "I don't dare. After third sister's wedding, I still have to give third sister a greeting. There are no outsiders now. Let's call each other sisters." Yili nodded and said with a smile, "Eldest sister, please sit." Yizhan's birth mother was a personal maid who had grown up with Minister Yi. When Yizhan was 5 years old, she died of illness. Yizhan was raised by Su Shi since she was young. When Su Shi passed away, Yizhan was already 13 years old. Because of this, Yili and Yizhan's relationship was not bad. When Yizhan was still at home, she would occasionally not take care of Yili. However, when she was not yet 15 years old, she was engaged by Wang Shi to be Nan Marquis Shitsi Cifei. It was said that Nan Marquis Shitsi did not dote on Yizhan. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, they did not have a son or a daughter. Yizhan also rarely returned to the Yi family. The two sisters had not seen each other for nearly 2 years. This time, they came back to add to Yi Ying's dowry. Yizhen lightly touched the red brocade on the table. Her heart skipped a beat. This is Phoenix brocade? Third sister is making a wedding dress? Yili nodded. She was not too picky about wedding dresses. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to make one. Otherwise, she didn't know what to do with the Phoenix brocade that eldest uncle had specially brought over. After all, the Chu state's custom was that each woman could only have one wedding dress. It was very inauspicious to have another. Yizhen touched the soft red brocade in her hand with slight envy. She looked at Yi Li and said, "This wasn't prepared by foreign, right? I saw that fourth sister only used Mandarin duck brocade. I heard that it was bestowed by the Empress Dowager." Yi Li frowned slightly. She looked at the wedding dress in front of her with some hesitation. The Empress Dowager had bestowed Mandarin duck brocade to Yi Ying. If she used the more precious Phoenix brocade, the Empress Dowager's face would not look good. Yizhen had been the Shitsi Cifei for many years. She was not an ignorant person. She thought for a moment and said, "Phoenix brocade is a fabric used by the Dongling Kingdom's imperial family. Not only are the commoners unable to weave it, but it is also strictly forbidden to sell it. Originally, Dongling and Nanzhao would send some as gifts to our Chu state's imperial family every year. However, it is said that when the late emperor was alive, the Dongling Kingdom's manufacturing process was accidentally lost. Third sister, this Phoenix brocade should be one of the two bolts that the late emperor bestowed to the Su family when mother was born, right? Eldest sister has good eyesight. This was indeed sent to the capital by grandfather's eldest uncle." Yili nodded and said, "A wedding dress made of Phoenix brocade was once the dream of all the noble young ladies in the capital. It was different from the gorgeous and dazzling Mandarin duck brocade. The Phoenix brocade did not look conspicuous and was more like a bolt of red, ordinary satin. However, when it was exposed to light, a lifelike phoenix design would appear. If one were to walk around while wearing it, it would give others the illusion of a phoenix fluttering in the air with one's movements. Generally, the best way to make it was to embroider a hibiscus or peony pattern on the Phoenix brocade. When it was motionless, it would be a wedding dress with hibiscus flowers blooming and peony blooming. Once it was exposed to sunlight or light, the exquisite phoenix piercing the peony was enough to make anyone gasp in amazement. Yili had already made the veil on her head. She had already discovered to her surprise that under sunlight and light, even the intensity of the light would change the phoenix's color and shape. The craftsmanship of this world truly made Yili, who could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, very surprised. Moreover, unlike the Mandarin duck brocade, which was rare but could still be found, the Phoenix brocade was not only found in the Chu state. It was likely that there were only a few bolts of Phoenix brocade in every country. It could even be said that it was the loss of Phoenix brocade that created the current reputation of Mandarin duck brocade in Nanzhao. Chapter 43. Since it was bestowed by the late emperor, it just so happens that the current emperor bestowed the marriage. Third sister wearing this dress can be said to bring out the best in each other. When the time comes, it will definitely amaze everyone in the capital. Yizhen said with a smile. A trace of joy quickly flashed through her eyes. She could imagine what kind of expression Wang Shi and Yi Ying would have when Yili wore such a dress to get married. Yili nodded and handed the unfinished wedding dress to Qing Luan, who was serving beside her. She smiled at Yizhen and said, "You are busy talking about me. I haven't seen you for a long time. How is eldest sister?" Yizhen narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face faded a little. She said, "What's wrong with me? Isn't it just living like this?" Yili had heard of the reputation of Marquis Nan's heir. Unfortunately, these things were not something she could control. Moreover, her relationship with Yizhen was not close enough for her to ask about her private matters. She could only say, "No matter what, you are the most important. If you don't care about yourself, who can care about you?" Yizhen was startled. She looked at Yi Li and said, "Third sister is right. These years, third sister has not had it easy. In the future, with the Su family around, third sister will not be more sad than at home. Yili smiled faintly. She stood up and said, "Has eldest sister gone to see fourth sister?" Yijin shook her head and said, "I just went to greet grandmother. Fourth sister is busy choosing the new head ornaments. I did not want to disturb her." Yili smiled and said, "Then let's go together. Qingxia, take out the set of Phoenix Sunrise head ornaments and send it to fourth sister." Qing Shuang said, "Young miss, isn't that the old madam's gift to you? And it was the most precious one. Fourth sister wanted it before, but the old madam did not give it to her. It would be a waste to give it to her now." Yili waved her hand and said, "I can't use that. If fourth sister likes it, then give it to her." Yili could only stay away from that set of graceful and precious ornaments. She had no doubt that if she really wore the whole set, her neck would hurt. In fact, Ying would not really wear it. After all, she had always maintained a delicate and refined image. She was just angry that old Madame Yi gave it to her and not her. Yijin carefully looked at the indifferent smile on Yi Li's face and sighed softly. "Among us sisters, third sister's temperament is still the best." Yili smiled and said, "It's not that I have a good temperament. In any case, we don't need to spend our entire lives together. Even if we can't, we only have a month left. It's so boring to fight over such trivial matters." Yijin lowered her head and smiled. Fourth sister is right. When Yi Li and Yi Zhan arrived at Yi Ying's courtyard, Yi Ying and Wang Shi were choosing a dazzling array of ornaments on the table. Yi Ying was a little surprised to see the two of them walking in hand, but she quickly covered it up and got up to greet them with a smile. "Big sister, third sister, why are you here together?" Yijin smiled and said, "I heard that fourth sister was busy, so I went to third sister's place first. It just so happens that third sister is coming over, so let's go together." Yi Ying smiled faintly and said, "Big sister, what are you talking about? What can her be busy with?" "Big sister, third sister, please take a seat." Yili followed behind the two of them and raised her eyebrows with interest. This was the first time she saw Ying talking to her sisters without any arrogance, especially when they were sisters born from concubines that she had always looked down on. It seemed that the old madam's methods were not to be underestimated. She could actually change Ying so much in such a short time. Facing Yi Ying's warm and affectionate greeting, Yi Zhan was also a little uncomfortable. She looked at Ying a few times before letting her pull her in and greeting Wang Shi. "Greetings, mother." "Madam." Yili bowed lightly. Wang Shi looked at Yi Li's indifferent and calm appearance and secretly gritted her teeth. Although she had been promoted as the legal wife for many years, Yili had never opened her mouth to teach her mother. Although she did not want Su's daughter to call her mother, Yili was the only legitimate daughter in the Yi residence. This kind of feeling always made Wang Shi feel that her title as the mistress of the household was not legitimate. She had once whispered pillow talk to the old master, but she did not know why. No matter how hard she tried, the old master had never insisted on this matter. He also never had the intention to force Yi Li to change the way she addressed her. "Mother, Ing wants to talk to big sister and third sister. If you have something to do, you can go ahead." Ying pulled Wang Shi's hand and acted coquettishly. Wang Shi looked at her beautiful daughter dotingly and proudly, and her mood immediately improved. No matter what, she still won in the end, didn't she? Her daughter was a concubine in the palace, and the other was Prince Li's legal wife. Her son would be the master of the Yi family in the future. However, Lady Su had died early. Her biological daughter could only marry a crippled prince, and her adopted daughter could only be a concubine. "All right, you two sisters should have a good chat. There are still some things to take care of. Mother will go out first." The three sisters stood up and sent Wang Shi out. Yi Ying immediately pulled Yi Zhan and Yi Li to sit down. She looked at them apologetically and said, "Big sister, third sister, Ing was not sensible in the past and neglected both of you. I hope that big sister will be magnanimous and not blaming her." Hearing this, Yi Zhan looked at Yi Li doubtfully. She smiled and said, "Fourth sister, you must be joking. We are sisters, so what's there to blame? Big sister still needs to rely on you in the future." Yi Ying smiled and said, Grandmother is right. We are sisters, so naturally, we need to help each other. Big sister, don't say that you need to rely on us. Yili sat at the side and listened to the two chatting. She had a rough idea of what old Madame Yi and Yi Ying were talking about, but she was still surprised that Yi Ying would listen to old Madame Ye's teachings. Of course, she believed in another saying, a leopard cannot change its spots. Even if Yi Ying really listened to old Madame Ye's teachings, it was impossible for her personality to change in such a short time. It seemed that something had happened these days that she was not aware of. Late at night, the minister's manor, which should have been quiet, was still brightly lit for tomorrow's wedding. Even the maidservants in Yi Li's Qing Yi Pavilion were excited. After all, the marriage of the fourth miss of the Qing Yi Pavilion to the Li Palace was a joyous occasion. Everyone in the Qing Yi Pavilion would be rewarded handsomely. Yi Li dismissed the servants beside her. As usual, she picked up the book that she had not finished reading and sat under the lamp to read. From time to time, she would pick up the pen and write. After an unknown amount of time, the noise that came from afar seemed to gradually fade away. Yi Li raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows tiredly. Her body, which was leaning against the chair, slowly leaned to one side. Her calm eyes were tinged with sleepiness. Yi Li blinked her eyes. Finally, she could not resist the sleepiness and slowly closed her eyes. The cold room was silent. Only the occasional crackling of the lamp could be heard. After a long time, a black shadow flashed out of Qing Yi Pavilion. It seemed that the person was very familiar with the layout of the manor. He easily avoided the guards in the manor, jumped over the wall of the backyard, and disappeared into the dark night. In Qing Yi Pavilion, there was no trace of the owner in the cold and elegant boudoir. Only an open book was left on the ground beside the desk. Chapter 44. In the outskirts of the capital, in the dark forest, a tall black figure was carrying a long object as he moved through the forest. He only stopped when he saw the tall figure standing not too far away. "You're late," the man in the shadows said in a deep voice. "No, you're the one who's early." The black-clothed man laughed, his voice sounding a bit lazy. He looked mockingly at the man whose face he couldn't see clearly. "I heard that the Yi family's fourth miss is the #1 beauty in the capital. I didn't think that you wouldn't be interested in the #1 beauty and would spend money to steal the third miss who has no talent and no looks. Or is this third miss the true beauty? I was in a hurry before and didn't get a good look. Now that I've seen it, it's not bad." As he said this, he put down the person on his shoulder and brushed away the hair on the sleeping girl's face. "Enough. You can leave." The man's voice sounded a bit angry as he coldly said. The black-clothed man shrugged and smiled. "Since it's like this, I wish you good luck." After he said this, he didn't delay and simply put the girl on the ground. He shrugged his shoulders and disappeared into the forest. The man in the shadows looked at the girl on the ground for a while before walking out of the shadows. Under the dim light of the night, a cold face vaguely appeared, staring fiercely at the girl on the ground. His originally handsome face was somewhat sinister under the dim light of the night. "Yi Li, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Even if it's something that I don't want. It's not Mo Xiaoyao's turn to pick it up." He bent down and reached out to grab the girl's collar. But the moment he touched her, he felt his vision go black and then a pain in his neck, causing him to fall down. The originally unconscious girl opened her eyes and pushed the person who looked like her backwards. As for the sound of something hitting the ground, she naturally ignored it. Yi Li slowly tidied up her clothes before looking at the man on the ground. Her expression was a bit disappointed. When she noticed that there was something wrong with the incense in the room, she thought that someone was trying to harm her. It turned out that it was Mo Jingli, and the reason was so stupid. Circling around Mo Jingli, Yi Li wondered for the first time if this Prince Li's brain had been spoiled by his brother, the Emperor. After thinking for a while, she decided not to waste any more effort. He leisurely took out a ball of inconspicuous silk thread from his sleeve and neatly tied up the person on the ground. Looking at the man who was tied up by her, Yi Li nodded with satisfaction. Don't be fooled by the fact that this ball of silk thread looked unremarkable. Regardless of whether it was in terms of hardness or toughness, it was very good. Unless Mo Jingli had the legendary profound internal energy, it would be impossible for a normal person to do this. As for her tying technique, Yili was even more assured. Unless Mo Jingli had the ability to shrink his bones, he could only wait for someone to save him. She just didn't know if Mo Jingli had brought any bodyguards with him to do this kind of sneaky thing. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that he didn't. Hopefully, he could make it in time for tomorrow's wedding. Yili irresponsibly thought. In the end, she still kicked the unconscious person to vent her anger. Then, she followed the path she remembered and walked towards the edge of the forest. Yeah, what did I just see? After a long time, a stuttering voice sounded from the dark forest. 3 figures walked out from the forest. Feng Jiao's image of an elegant young master was once again shattered. He stared dumbfoundedly at the unconscious man on the ground. Mo Xiaoyao looked at everything in front of him calmly and said, "It's just like what you just saw. This young master didn't sleep and ran out with you in the middle of the night because I was afraid something would happen to third Miss Yi. Now it seems that the one who would be in trouble is someone else, right?" If it wasn't for the fact that he still remembered his image, Feng Jiao would have screamed like a woman. Look at what he just saw. After receiving the news that someone wanted to harm Yili, he crawled out of the beauty's bed in the middle of the night and hurried over. In the end, he saw Yili put Mo Jingli in a way that even he couldn't see clearly. Mo Jingli was a bit stupid, but he was still considered one of the top young talents in the capital, right? Walking to Mo Xiaoyao's side, he copied Yili's actions and circled around him. Feng Jiao propped up his chin in boredom and asked, "What should we do now?" "Throw him into the pool over there," Mo Xiaoyao said without a frown. "That's a cold pool. He will die." Feng Jiao advised without any sincerity. "Take off his clothes as well," Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. "I'm afraid that won't work. Your future princess is very skilled at tying people up." Feng Jiao squatted on the ground and studied the knots on Mo Jingli's body. "Yao, don't make third Missy angry in the future. Women are too scary." After thinking for a long time, Feng Jiao still couldn't think of how he would be able to escape without help if this kind of rope was tied on his body. However, this method is worth learning. Jean." "Yes, Prince." The youth standing behind Mo Xiaoyao and pushing the wheelchair responded. He went forward to grab the person on the ground and walked into the depths of the forest. After a while, there was a splash. Clearly, someone had been thrown into the water. Feng Jiao couldn't help but stomp his feet. "Yao, you'll teach the child the wrong things. What if Mo Jingli drowns?" A prince dying in the capital, and also the emperor's younger brother, was not a small matter. Mo Xiaoyao calmly looked his hand on the armrest and said calmly, "A Jin has always known propriety." Propriety? Did a Jin have such a thing as propriety in his head? Feng Jiao stomped his feet and ran over to see. He was speechless. Mo Jingli had been thrown into the pool. The area above his chest was still above the water. Most importantly, the rope that tied him up was obviously a lot longer, and the end of the rope was tied to a tree at the edge of the pool. This could ensure that Mo Jingli would not be accidentally brought to the center of the pool. He really knew propriety. "Jean, I'll send your prince back. You stay here and watch. If it's too early, it'll wake up the person he brought. Don't drown him to death." Jean frowned. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Feng Jiao looked at Mo Jingli sympathetically, then waved his fan in satisfaction as he walked in the direction of Mo Xiaoyao. "Yao, I'm almost curious about your future princess." Feng Jiao walked back into the forest. Mo Xiaoyao was still sitting in the shade of the trees. In the dark night, he didn't look very happy. No one knew what he was thinking. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and said calmly, "It's time to go back." Feng Jiao looked curiously at Mo Xiaoyao. "You're letting him go so easily?" Mo Xiaoyao had cultivated his character over the years and seemed to have a good temper. But Feng Xiao knew very well that Mo Xiaoyao had never been a kind person. Mo Xiaoyao's gentle eyes flashed with coldness. Tomorrow is Jingli's wedding. If something happens to the groom, it'll be too disappointing. Feng Xiao wanted to sigh. I thought you didn't want Mo Jingli to have anything to do with the Yi family. Don't forget, if he marries Ying, you and he will be brother-in-law. Wasn't that an unpleasant relationship? Mo Xiaoyao snorted. He exerted force, and the wheelchair turned and headed out of the forest. Feng Xiao raised his brows, shrugged, and followed. He didn't know what interesting things would happen at the wedding tomorrow. It was best to get a good seat to watch the show. Chapter 45. What about the guy who kidnapped third Miss Yi? Catch him and give him an arm and a leg as a wedding gift to Mo Jingli. Although the city gate had long been closed, Yili still returned to the minister's mansion before dawn with some effort. As soon as she entered her room, Qing Shuang and Qing Yu greeted her. The unconcealable anxiety on their faces also turned into relief. Qing Yu calmly served Yili a cup of tea. It was as if the usually elegant and dignified Yi Li was not bothered by the fact that she was able to jump in through the window in front of her. Qing Shuang patted her chest and exhaled, "Miss, you're finally back." Qing Shuang was worried to death. Yi Li smiled and said, "What's there to worry about when someone is following me? Right, Qing Wan?" A figure fell lightly outside the window. It was Qing Wan, who came from the Su family with Qing Yu. Qing Wan pursed her lips and smiled. "Miss, you're so powerful. Qing Wan followed you all the way and no one noticed. Who knew that I couldn't hide from you?" Yi Li smiled and said, "In fact, I didn't notice you, but I seemed to smell a faint, special, and familiar fragrance along the way. The person who caught me, the fragrance on his body was not light, so he didn't smell it." Qing Wan lowered her head in frustration and secretly decided that she would never use any incense in the future. In fact, the incense she used was very light. Ordinary people would not notice it at all. But Yi Li's senses were indeed much more sensitive than ordinary people. "Did anything interesting happen in the woods after I left?" Yi Li sat down and asked while drinking the freshly brewed tea. Qing Wan also learned from Yi Li's action and came in through the window. She smiled and said, "That person was thrown into a pool in the depths of the woods." "Prince Ding?" "Mrs. Wise." Qing Wan smiled in a good mood. Thinking of the embarrassing appearance of someone who was tied to a tree and thrown into the pool, Qing Wan felt that tonight's worry was not in vain. She believed that eldest young master would also like this news very much. This servant also saw someone beside Prince Ding. They seemed to have a very good relationship. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked at Qing Wan. Qing Wan did not keep her in suspense and said, "It's the famous young master Feng San in the capital." Yi Li hadn't thought about the relationship between Feng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyao. This also explained why Feng Xiao had been so curious about her during the 100-Flower Festival. So His Highness Prince Ding also went to save Miss? Young Miss didn't see Prince Ding? Qing Shuang blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Yi Li shook her head. She knew that there were other people in the forest at that time. She could vaguely guess who it was, but she had no intention of meeting them, so she ignored them. Since Mo Xiaoyao did not order anyone to stop Qing Wan, he must have understood her intentions. There was no need to waste words when interacting with smart people. "Very good." She casually threw a jade pendant to Qing Wan and said, "Give it to eldest cousin. Ask him to see if he can find out who the owner of this jade pendant is." Qing Wan caught it in her hand and said with a gloating smile, "Then this servant has to be quick." Prince Ding reserved one of his hands and one of his legs for Li Wang as a congratulatory gift. If he didn't run fast, I'm afraid he would be in trouble tonight. His Qigong is not bad. If there is time, find a way to keep him. Maybe he can help us with something. If it was too late, then there was no other way. She did not think that a person who would enter the Fu in the middle of the night to kidnap an innocent woman would be a kind person. However, that person clearly knew that she was awake, but still took her to Mo Jingli. Moreover, he did not have any intention of reminding Mo Jingli. It could be seen that he was a very interesting person. Of course, it was more likely that Mo Jingli had unintentionally offended this person. Qing Yu stood at the side and looked at this and that. She asked with a strange expression, "Can tomorrow's wedding still be held as scheduled?" Qing Wan waved her hand indifferently and said, "It should be fine. I heard Feng Zhiyao instructing Prince Ding's guards to send Prince Li's men to rescue his master when the sun is about to rise." Qing Yu nodded her head and said, "Since that's the case, young miss should quickly rest while it's still early. If you don't look well tomorrow, people will criticize you." Qing Shuang also nodded in agreement. She did not want others to take the opportunity to ruin Mrs.'s reputation. Did no one consider that a wedding was also very tiring? If the groom fainted or something during the wedding tomorrow, Yili thought irresponsibly and let a few maids change her clothes and push her to bed to sleep. Shanshu Fu early in the morning, there were people coming and going. Yili brought Yi Shan and Yi Lin to sit in old Madame Ye's Rongla Hall to accompany her. The courtyard where Ying lived was already busy before dawn. Wang Shi disliked Yi Lin and Yi Shan for being a hindrance and was even more afraid that Yi Li would take the opportunity to do something. She did not want them to accompany her. Instead, she brought two nieces from her maternal family to accompany Ying. Yi Li was naturally happy and relaxed. She came to greet old Madam early in the morning and stayed here to accompany old Madam. Anyway, she could not stay in Qing Xian for the whole day. That would only be gossiped about. Old Madam Ye's face was full of joy. Even her face was much more amiable when facing everyone. Yi Lin and Yi Shan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. They joked and flattered in front of old Madam Yi. Yi Li drank tea calmly, while silently wondering if she should join in the fun and watch a play in the next few days. When it was close to noon, old Madame Ye's white eyebrows gradually frowned. She ordered the people around her, "Go out and see if the wedding party has arrived." After a while, the people who were sent out hurriedly came back. They wiped their sweat and reported, "Old Madam, the wedding party has not arrived yet." Old Madam Ye's smiling face suddenly darkened. It was almost noon. It was inauspicious to come in the afternoon to escort the bride. Is Prince Li really going to abandon fourth sister again? The youngest, Yi Shan, suddenly asked. Yi Shan's birth mother was so scared that her face turned pale. "How dare you? Today is fourth sister's big day. What nonsense are you talking about? Go out," Yili said sternly. She glanced at Yi Shan before old Madam Yi got angry. Yi Shan moved her lips and wanted to say something. Yi Lin quickly pulled her and her birth mother and dragged Yi Shan out. "Shan, is young and speaks without thinking. It's Li's fault for not teaching her properly. Grandmother, please don't be angry." Yili looked at old Madam Yi and said softly, "Third miss is right. Sixth miss is a little girl. It's inevitable that she has some thoughts. Fortunately, everyone here is our family. Old Madam, please don't be angry because today is fourth miss's big day." Because Yi Shan was pregnant, concubine Zhao was given a seat as an exception. At this time, she quickly stood up and pleaded with old Madam Yi. Old Madam Yi was not in the mood to argue with Yi Shan. She waved her hand and said, "Go and ask Master to come here. Also, send someone to check." Knowing that old Madam Yi was not in a good mood, the servant did not dare to say anything and hurriedly left. Chapter 46. The atmosphere in Ronglil Hall was a bit heavy. Yili was still sitting quietly and drinking tea. Concubine Zhao was sitting sideways and peeking at Yili from time to time, but she found that there was no emotion on this young lady's face. It was as if nothing had happened. For a moment, Concubine Zhao was not sure if today's matter had anything to do with the third young lady. Seemingly aware of Concubine Zhao's gaze, Yili raised her head and glanced at her. The completely unreadable gaze made Concubine Zhao's heart go cold. She nodded slightly to Yili, then leaned her head against the back of the chair and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing that noon had passed, the messenger who had been waiting outside the gate had not returned. It seemed that Prince Li's wedding was destined to be late. Minister Yi came in with Wang Shi in a hurry. Old Madam Yi stared at her son and daughter-in-law and said sternly, "What happened? Did you find out?" Minister Ye's face was also clouded. He said in a deep voice, "Mother, calm down. The people who were sent to find out have returned. Prince Li's mansion has already set off." Already set off? Old Madam Yi was so angry that she laughed. She said a few good words and pointed at Minister Yi. Which family's daughter is getting married, and the husband's family can forget the auspicious time of the wedding? After a few days, our Yi family will be the joke of the whole capital. What does Prince Li's mansion mean? The daughter-in-law has not married into the family, and they're already slapping our Yi family's face? Minister Yi frowned and said, "Perhaps there really is something that delayed them?" Old Madam Yi snorted and said, "What is more important than the wedding?" Minister Yi was suddenly speechless. Old Madam Yi could only sigh. Today, it was already a joke that Prince Li's mansion was late. But no matter how angry they were, they still had to send Ying out. Otherwise, Ying's reputation would really be ruined. She glared at Wang Shi angrily and said, "What are you waiting for? See if Ying is ready. When the wedding's people come, sending her out immediately." Wang Shi did not care about her grievances and anger at this time. She quickly said, "It has already been ready. We're just waiting to say goodbye. Old Madam can go out." Old Madam Yi snorted and did not speak. When the servants finally came to report that the wedding's procession was about to arrive, it was already the end of the night. Yi Ying was supported by her maidservants and nannies to roam the hall to bid farewell to Old Madam Yi. Although her face was painted with exquisite makeup, Yi Li, who was sitting close to her, could see that her face was a little pale and her eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that Yi Ying had cried before. Yi Mo Jingli was wearing a red four-clawed golden dragon wedding robe. His already handsome face was even more majestic and dignified. However, Yili could clearly see the stiffness in his indifferent expression that was different from usual. Then she looked at the unnatural pale face and the shadows in his eyes. Yili was forced to sit in silence for the whole morning. Her mood miraculously improved a lot. She dared to bet with her cousin's title of Zhuang Yuan that Mo Jingli's face was definitely made up. Mo Jingli almost saw Yili, who was wearing a lavender dress, beside Minister Yi at first sight. A fire flashed in his eyes. His eyes were so enthusiastic that he even ignored his bride. Minister Yi coughed a little unhappily. Mo Jingli reluctantly moved his eyes and saluted Minister Yi. "I came late. Please forgive me, father-in-law. If he didn't mention it, it would be fine." But when he mentioned it, Minister Yi was full of anger. His tone was a little light. "I don't dare. I only hope that Prince will treat Ying well in the future." Mo Jingli knew that he was in the wrong. He hurriedly said yes and promised to treat Yi Ying well. When he looked up, he happened to see Yi Li's face with a faint smile. Thinking of his experience last night, Mo Jingli couldn't wait to rush over and tear Yi Li apart. From childhood to adulthood, he was the one who tortured others. Except for the former Mo Xiaoyao, this was the first time he was tortured so badly. Before dawn, he woke up from his sleep and found that he was tied up and left in the pool. But no matter how he screamed, the guards he brought to the forest came to find him after dawn. Although it was close to May, the pool was cold all year round. When he was pulled out, he was frozen and couldn't move. It was not easy to get to the courtyard outside the city. He drank ginger soup and medicine to drive the cold. After he recovered, he hurried back to the city. He endured the discomfort all over his body to pick up the bride, but he still missed the auspicious hour. Compared with himself, Yi Li, who was looking at him with a calm smile at this time, was so good that it made him gnash his teeth. "I will never let you go." Mo Jingli's eyes were gloomy and cruel. Yi Li faintly curled her lips. She had no hope for Mo Jingli's IQ. She simply gave him a look back. "I'll be waiting for you." Yi Li didn't know that the brief exchange of glances between her and Mo Jingli at this time became completely different in the eyes of people with ulterior motives. Wang Shi, who was standing beside Yi Ying, saw the interaction between the two in her eyes. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through her half-closed eyes. After sending Yi Ying out, What should be done on the surface had been done. Yili ignored the complicated and unpredictable eyes of the people and went back to Qing Yixian in a good mood. As soon as she stepped into the study, Yili paused for a moment. Then she turned back and ordered, "Qing Wan, stay here to serve. Everyone else go to rest." Although Qing Shuang and others were a little puzzled, they also knew that Yili had never liked to follow others. They just thought that she had something to tell Qing Wan alone, so they bowed and left. Qing Wan stood quietly by the door and waited for Mrs. Order. Yili walked to the window and stood still. She looked around the study and finally fell on the gauze curtain that separated the inside and outside of the study. She asked softly, "Still not coming out?" There was no movement in the study. Qing Wan already had 2 cold short thorns in her hands. Her usually docile and harmless eyes also had a trace of fierce, murderous intent. After waiting for a moment, there was still no movement. Yili frowned with some displeasure. She threw something the size of a pigeon egg in her hand in the direction of the gauze curtain. A strong white smoke rose. For a moment, a figure in the white smoke rushed towards Yi Li's direction. But when he was about to reach the window, he suddenly fell to the ground. The cold short thorns on his back had been pressed against his back, but there was no figure of Yi Li in front of him. He didn't know when Yi Li had stood a few feet away from him. "I really didn't expect Third Miss Yi to be so skillful. I admit defeat." The man smiled bitterly. He helplessly relaxed his soft body and fell to the ground. Yi Li looked as usual. "I'm still far worse than you. It's just that after last night's adventure, I think it's necessary to make some preparations." The man raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he didn't care that someone was still pressing against his back. He looked at Yi Li with a smile and said, "You know it was me last night? Is it because of what happened last night that you can't forget me?" Even Yi Li had to admit that the man in front of her was very handsome. Unlike Feng Zhiyao's unruly appearance, there was more evil and deliberate ambiguity between his eyebrows. If it was an ordinary woman, she would inevitably be angry or blushed with shame and cover her face. Unfortunately, Yi Li was not in this ordinary category. "I thought what you should pay attention to now is not me, but the thing behind you. Believe me, as long as I put 30% more strength in that place, although your life will not be in danger, I guarantee that you can spend the rest of your life lying in bed." As if to confirm Yi Li's words, the sharp short thorns on his back were pushed forward. The sharp pain suddenly spread from his back to his whole body. The man's face changed slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Third Miss Yi is not going to kill me, right?" Chapter 47. Yi Li shook her head, and a rare bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. But the man on the ground couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Killing people to silence them is not something a lady of a noble family should do. "So, I plan to give you away. I heard that many people are looking for you. Tell me, should I give you to Prince Ding or to Prince Li?" The man looked at Yi Li with a bitter face and begged for mercy. If he fell into Prince Ding's hands, he would definitely lose an arm or a leg. If he fell into Prince Li's hands, Prince Li would definitely want his life just because a certain someone was standing here and threatening him. "Third Miss, I'm only doing this because I'm paid. Moreover, I've helped you before. Can't you be magnanimous and spare my life?" Yi Li turned around and found a comfortable chair to sit in. She smiled and asked, "Are you helping me? Isn't it because Mo Jingli offended you and you want to teach him a lesson?" Unable to beg for mercy, the man could only put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "How about I owe Third Miss a favor?" Yi Li supported her chin and smiled lazily. "This, even if you dare to owe young Master Feng you a favor from the Wind and Moon Brothel, I dare not ask you to return it." The Wind and Moon Brothel was the world's #1 brothel. Young Master Feng Yu, Han Mingyue, was the world's famous flower thief. Being associated with him was equivalent to having one's reputation destroyed. This time, the man's expression changed completely. He stared at Yi Li and said, "My jade pendant is in your hands?" In this world, only a handful of people knew that young Master Feng Yu and the owner of the Wind and Moon Brothel were the same person. I didn't know that third Miss Yi of the minister's estate, the future princess consort of Ding, had such tricks up her sleeves. To be able to secretly take the jade pendant from him was not an easy thing to do. Han Mingyue even suspected that he didn't have a good time coming to the capital this time. Originally, he had only caught a little girl for Prince Li to play with on a whim. He didn't expect that this seemingly harmless lady was a poisonous flower. He had originally wanted a toy with the arrogant Prince Li, but in the end, he had gotten himself involved as well. Less than an hour after leaving the forest that day, he discovered that he was being followed. 2 hours later, the original group of people had split into 2 groups. By daybreak, even Mo Jingli's men had joined in. Yili smiled but didn't say anything. She patiently looked at the handsome man in front of her. Finally, Han Mingyue raised her hand helplessly and admitted defeat. She said, "Third young mistress Yi, what do I have to do for you to let me go? If necessary, lend me the intelligence network of the Wind and Moon Pavilion." Yili proposed her condition. Han Mingyue's eyes flashed. This one does not understand what Miss Yi means. Brothels and taverns are the biggest gathering and distribution centers for information. I guess the Tianyi Pavilion has a close relationship with you. Is that right? The Tianyi Pavilion was the most mysterious intelligence organization in Dechu State. They made a living by selling information. However, because they were secretive, many people who wanted to find them returned empty-handed. Young Master Han, you can get up. If I'm not wrong, the effects of the drug have already worn off. Yili looked at the person who was still lying on the ground powerlessly and reminded him indifferently. Han Mingyue didn't feel embarrassed at being exposed. She stood up calmly and patted the non-existent dust off her body. She cupped her hands and said to Yili, "Third young mistress, he is so sharp that this one is amazed." It was indeed surprising that a lady of the boudoir could deduce the relationship between the Wind and Moon Pavilion and the Tianyi Pavilion. "I'll give the jade pendant to third young mistress. If third young mistress needs anything, just send someone to find me with the jade pendant. I believe that with third young mistress's ability, you should know where to find people." Yili didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Thank you very much. I'll ask Prince Ding to exchange a gift for His Highness Prince Li." Han Mingyue smiled bitterly and looked at Yili. "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Yili smiled sweetly. "Unless you want the whole world to know the relationship between young Master Fengyu, the Wind and Moon Pavilion, and the Tianyi Pavilion, I won't see you out. Goodbye." Qing Wan put away her short thorns and watched Han Mingyue leave through the window. She frowned and asked in confusion, "Young mistress, are you letting him go just like that?" Yili stood up and stood by the window. She stared at the place where Han Mingyue's figure disappeared. "Do you really think he's the owner of the Wind and Moon Pavilion? Isn't he?" Yili played with the jade pendant in her hand. "I don't think so. However, he must have a close relationship with the real Han Mingyue. It's not worth angering Han Mingyue for him. Third young mistress Yi is wise." A teasing voice with a lazy smile came from outside. Yili raised her head and looked at Feng Jiao, who was leaning under the eaves. She smiled and said, "Young Master Feng, it's not the behavior of a gentleman to come uninvited." Feng Jiao waved his folding fan naturally and gracefully. It was as if he wasn't standing outside a lady's boudoir, but at a grand event where thousands of people were watching. Third young mistress's methods and knowledge really make me concede defeat. It's not easy to take advantage of Han Mingyue. Yili smiled faintly and said, "I never take advantage of others. I believe that Pavilion Master Han will think so too." However, young Master Feng used Qinggong, which allows him to enter and leave the minister's residence as if no one was there, is almost comparable to young Master Fengyu. The veins on Feng Jiao's forehead couldn't help but twitch. He tried his best to show his elegance. His Highness Prince Ding invites third young mistress Yi to attend Prince Li's wedding. Yili raised her brows. Prince Ding will attend such an event? She remembered that ever since Mo Xiaoyao's accident, he had never appeared in public. Feng Jiao smiled and said, "That was then, and this is now." Originally, there was no such plan. Apparently, it was only decided this morning. I believe that third young mistress will not be disappointed. Yili blinked and immediately understood the meaning behind Feng Zhiyao's words. She nodded and smiled. Thank you, young Master Feng Yu, for sending the message. Feng Yu will be waiting for you at that time. Yili, who wasn't part of the wedding procession, originally didn't need to attend her younger sister's wedding. But since Mo Xiaoyao had sent Feng Yu to send the message, Yili believed that there would be a good show to watch, and she felt that there was a need to personally communicate with her fiancé about Han Mingwei. Good communication was good for mutual trust. After changing into a suitable set of clothes, Yili sent someone to report to Old Foreign. Before she left the door, a servant came in to report that Prince Ding had come to pick up third young mistress. Old Foreign knew that it wasn't convenient for Mo Xiaoyao and didn't dare delay. She hurriedly let Yili go. Coming out of the gates of the Yi Fu, she saw the carriage with the symbol of the Ding King's Fu. The young guard called Jean saw Yili come out and immediately came forward. Jean greets Wang Fei. Yili was a bit embarrassed, even though this was only the second time they had met, but Yili could see that this youth called Jean wasn't very clever. Nodding and saying thank you, Yili got off the carriage. Mo Xiaoyao was leaning against the carriage, his head lowered as he read a book in his hand. Seeing Yili come up, he put the book to one side and said with a faint smile, "Sit. Were you frightened last night?" Yili walked in front of him and sat down. She smiled and replied, "I was fine. I had a trouble you to go over." Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the faint smile in his eyes became more real. "It was fortunate that I went over. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Wang Fei had such methods." Yili shrugged her shoulders indifferently. She didn't mind Mo Xiaoyao seeing some of her true colors. After all, they would be husband and wife in the future, and there were many things that couldn't be hidden from him. "It's just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself in front of your highness." Chapter 48. Mo Xiaoyao frowned slightly. "Do we have to keep calling him Prince and Princess Consort?" Yili looked up at him in confusion. "Then what should we call him? Lord? Husband? Husband? Husband?" Before she could finish, Yili shivered. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with other people calling him, but why did it sound so awkward when it came out of her mouth? Compared to these names, Yili would rather follow the crowd and call him Prince and Princess Consort. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. "You can call me by my name." "Mo Xiaoyao?" "Xiaoyao." Mo Xiaoyao corrected. "Can I call you Li?" Yili nodded. She was glad that he didn't call her Lier. To be honest, other than the elders, it was hard for her to get used to being called that intimately. "Do you mind if I release that person from yesterday?" Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao seriously. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. His expression was relaxed as he smiled. "It's fine. Since you don't mind, then forget it. After all, Han Mingwei isn't someone you can offend." Yili raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem to be surprised at his relationship with Han Mingwei? When I was young, I had a bit of friendship with Han Mingwei." Yili understood. For Mo Xiaoyao to admit that he had a bit of friendship with her, it definitely wasn't a normal friendship. "Prince, we've arrived at the Li Palace." As the two of them chatted idly, they had already arrived outside the Li Palace. The two of them weren't talkative people, but Yili found that talking to Mo Xiaoyao was never boring. "Lili." Yili was about to get out of the carriage when Mo Xiaoyao suddenly called out. Yili turned around and looked at him in confusion. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her quietly. "Are you really ready? Do I need to prepare anything?" Yili raised her eyebrows. For a moment, she couldn't remember if she had really forgotten anything. Mo Xiaoyao was taken aback. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "It's nothing. You may leave." Since Prince Ding had personally congratulated her, the Li Palace naturally could not neglect it. Especially now that Prince Ding had not appeared in the capital for nearly 8 years. Personally attending Prince Li's wedding could be said to be giving Prince Li enough face. And according to the seniority of the imperial family, Prince Ding, who was about the same age as King Li, was of the same generation as King Li. Thus, not only King Li himself, even the imperial relatives who had come to attend the wedding also came out to welcome him. The Ding King's residence did not have any ostentation, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first person to alight from the horse carriage was a young lady dressed in purple. Her lilac-colored dress was embroidered with elegant lotus flowers. Her hair was loosely tied up, and the jeweled butterflies in her hair were dazzling. Just by slightly tilting her face, everyone could see a beautiful face with light makeup. Very quickly, two guards lifted up the curtain of the horse carriage and gently lifted Mo Xiaoyao and the wheelchair that he was sitting on out of the horse carriage. Mo Xiaoyao indifferently swept his gaze over the stunned people at the entrance of the Li Palace. He turned his head to look at Yi Li, who was standing by the side, and extended his hand towards her. Yi Li raised her hand and allowed Mo Xiaoyao to hold her hand. Behind her, Ajin had already pushed the wheelchair towards the entrance of the Li Palace. Cough! Greetings to Prince Dinghua. Finally, someone reacted, glancing at the unresponsive King Li, who was still staring at the approaching Prince Ding. The person who regained his senses gave a light cough as a reminder to the host to welcome the guest. Greetings to Prince Dinghua. Today is King Li's wedding. No need to be so courteous, Mo Xiaoyao said warmly, and then looked at Mo Jingli with a smile. Jingli, congratulations. Many thanks. Mo Jingli glared viciously at Yi Li, who was standing next to Mo Xiaoyao, and said through gritted teeth. Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. You're not inviting us in? Mo Jingli could only move to the side and let the two in, but he was not willing to say another word. Mo Xiaoyao clearly understood Mo Jingli's temper. He raised his head and smiled at Yi Li. Let's go in. Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled, nodding without a word. She followed Mo Xiaoyao through the gates of the Li Palace. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Feng Jiao standing in an inconspicuous corner, looking at the three people at the door with a smile that was especially annoying. Entering the Li Palace, the virtuous consort was personally waiting in the main hall to welcome them. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li walking side by side, her eyes flashed. She quickly stood and walked forward with a smile. Li Er's wedding, it's rare that Xiaoyao is willing to personally come. It's really an honor for the Li Palace. It seems that Xiaoyao and the future Wang Fei have a very good relationship. When you get married, I will naturally send a generous gift. Mo Xiaoyao nodded slightly, the half of his face showing respect and gentleness. I've caused Consort Dowager to worry. At that time, Xiaoyao will definitely wait for Consort Dowager and Mo Xiaoyao's arrival. Yi Li quietly stood next to Mo Xiaoyao and did not interrupt. She didn't know why, but ever since she saw the virtuous Consort Dowager last time, this seemingly graceful and amiable Dowager always made her wary. There are no outsiders here. Third Miss Yi, please take a seat. The virtuous Consort Dowager did not forget to call out to Yi Li as she chatted with Mo Xiaoyao. Yi Li softly thanked her and sat down next to Mo Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, she just happened to sit across from Mo Jingli. She did not need to raise her head to feel that Mo Jingli was fiercely glaring at her. Being stared at like this in this kind of situation made Yi Li somewhat angry. Shouldn't the people who were about to get married be so busy that they were dizzy? Why was this Mo Jingli so idle as to sit here and listen to people bicker? Oh, what's wrong with Jingli? Why does he keep staring at Third Miss Yi? An ear-piercing female voice sounded in the hall. Yi Li frowned and raised her head to look at that person. There were only 7 or 8 people in the hall, but those who were personally accompanied by the virtuous Consort Dowager were naturally not ordinary guests. At least, they were not people that Yi Li, a girl from the minister's manor, could afford to offend. The person who spoke was also looking at Yi Li with a picky expression. Her phoenix pattern and peony brocade robe showed that this person's status was not ordinary. When she spoke, the people who were originally focused on Mo Xiaoyao, who had not been seen for a long time, immediately looked at Yi Li. That person was not prepared to leave the matter at that. Her shrewd phoenix eyes revealed a cold light as she laughed softly and said in a sharp voice, "Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Isn't Third Miss Yi Jing Li's ex-fiancée?" Presumably, Jingli is just curious about the new #1 talented woman in the capital. Isn't everyone here curious as well? Mo Xiaoyao's voice faintly sounded in the hall. His voice seemed to be gentle without any anger, but it was clear that he was protecting his fiancée. Yili lowered her head and silently looked at her hand being held by a slightly cold hand. Prince Ding is right. Third Miss Yi is the one who really shocked the world with a single brilliant feat thinking back. Madame Yu is also a quiet and uncompetitive person, but her literary talent is still fresh in our memories. The white-haired old madam sitting at the front laughed loudly and looked at Yili with a kind gaze. Yili smiled faintly. Old madam is too kind. Yili can't compare to my late mother's grace. I only hope that I can inherit 1 or 2 parts of it. The old madam nodded in praise and said, "You are a humble and good child." Chapter 49. This is the old madam of Hua State. Mo Xiaoyao introduced her to Yi Li in a soft voice. Only then did Yi Li realize that this woman was actually Tian Xiang's grandmother. Then Mo Xiaoyao introduced Yi Li to each of the people present. Unsurprisingly, they were all relatives of high officials or members of the royal family. The woman who spoke first was the emperor and Prince Li's aunt, Princess Zhaoran. She was also Princess Rong Hua's biological mother. Thinking of Princess Rong Hua's arrogant appearance at the 100-Flower Festival, Yili could only sigh. They were indeed mother and daughter. But she didn't know why Princess Zhaoran was so obviously hostile to her. It couldn't be because of Princess Ronghua, right? When Mo Xiaoyao introduced Yi Li, the people present secretly reevaluated the third young miss of the Yi family who was rejected by Prince Li and then married to Prince Ding. Prince Ding personally introduced her to the most powerful nobles of the Dechu state, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to her. Therefore, except for Mo Jingli, whose face was even uglier, the atmosphere in the hall was as harmonious and friendly as always. Yi Li, in the garden of Prince Li's mansion, Hua Tianxiang pulled Yi Li and walked while talking. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of them and blocked their way. "Your Highness Prince Li, what's the matter?" Hua Tianxiang stood in front of Yi Li and raised her beautiful face to ask. Since the incident at Chuxiang Pavilion, Hua Tianxiang's favorable impression of Prince Li had plummeted and was now close to negative value. Seeing Mo Jingli appear in front of them with an unfriendly expression, she only thought that he wanted to make trouble for Yi Li. Mo Jingli frowned unhappily. "I'm not looking for you," Hua Tianxiang said without any trace of politeness. "Shouldn't Prince be greeting guests now?" Most of the women in this garden were from various manners, so it would be inconvenient for the prince to enter and leave. Even if Prince doesn't care about his own reputation, he should at least care about others. "I have something to say to Yi Li." "Move aside," Mo Jingli said impatiently. "Just say what you want to say." "Li can hear you," Hua Tianxiang said. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I said move." Hua Tianxiang still wanted to say something, but Yi Li pulled her back. "Tianxiang, go and see if Murong and the others have arrived. I'll be right there." "But," Hua Tianxiang glanced at Mo Jingli worriedly. Yi Li said with a smile, "Don't worry. Xiaoyao will come to find me after he's done talking with old Madame Hua." Hearing this, Hua Tianxiang blinked her eyes at Yi Li playfully and said with a teasing tone, "Xiao, Yao, okay, I'll go find Murong. You be careful." After saying that, she gave Mo Jingli a warning look, then waved to Yi Li and turned to leave. Looking at Hua Tianxiang's rare childish behavior, Yi Li found it funny, but she was also very touched. Hua Tianxiang was a real girl from a noble family. If it weren't for herself, she would never take the initiative to provoke Mo Jingli. Looking at Hua Tianxiang's departing figure, Mo Jingli's originally gloomy face could drip ink. When Hua Tianxiang disappeared into the garden, Yi Li put away the smile on her face and turned to look at Mo Jingli. "Prince, what do you want to say?" "Yi Li, good job." Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Yili looked at Mo Jingli from head to toe and said gently, I don't understand what Prince is talking about. Humph. Do you think I will just let go of what happened last night? Mo Jingli stared at her and sneered. I thought it wasn't Prince's turn to say these words. It was clearly him who found people to kidnap her and wanted to do something bad to her. Why did it seem like she had done something wrong to him? What was wrong with this world? Yili couldn't help but wonder. Don't tell me you want to take revenge on I. Mo Jingli ridiculed disdainfully. That's not necessary. It's not a big deal. This girl will take revenge on the spot. If Prince doesn't have anything else, Yili will take her leave. Stop right there, Mo Jingli said angrily. He grabbed Yili and pushed her behind the fake mountain. Yili looked down at the hand holding her wrist and her face darkened. Your Highness Princely, please have some self-respect. Self-respect? Mo Jingli sneered disdainfully. Who do you think you are? You're just a woman that I don't want. Do you think you can do anything just because you're related to Mo Xiaoyao? Tell me, if someone comes over and sees this, do you still have the face to marry Mo Xiaoyao? Or should I say, even that trash Mo Xiaoyao will despise you? Yi Li's half-closed eyes flashed with danger. Your Highness Princely, please let me go. What do you do if I don't let you go? Mo Jingli sneered. He looked at the delicate woman in front of him, as if he was looking at a caged bird. It was a pity that he didn't know that the woman in front of him looked delicate and graceful, but inside, she was a falcon that could devour people. Yi Li's lips curled up. How is it? Like this. Her free hand grabbed Mo Jingli's arm with agility and strength. With just a little bit of force, he felt a piercing pain. Before Mo Jingli could react, he was thrown to the ground. What was even more unfortunate was that because the two of them were standing under the fake mountain, the back of Mo Jingli's head hit the fake mountain, and he fainted on the spot. Yili also didn't expect this to happen. She immediately retracted her attack and bent down to check that Mo Jingli was fine. Then she stood up and lifted her leg to kick Mo Jingli a few times to appease her anger. Her previous profession made her more familiar with the human body than most people. Naturally, she knew how to inflict pain without leaving a scar. After calming down the anger in her heart, Yili couldn't help but frown. It wasn't a good thing to knock out Princely in the princely manner, especially on the day of his wedding. However, it wasn't an unexplainable problem. Glancing at the unconscious person on the ground, Yili calmly stepped over the obstacle and calmly walked out. After leaving the fake mountain and passing through a few corners, she saw Hua Tianxiang and Mu Rongting waiting there with worried expressions. Seeing Yili walk over, they quickly went up to her. Lily, are you all right? Did Princely do anything to you? Mu Rongting anxiously grabbed Yili and asked. Yili smiled. Don't you see that I'm fine? What can he do to me in broad daylight? Mu Rongting smiled embarrassedly. I thought too much. However, you should stay away from Princely. Hua Tianxiang nodded in agreement and curiously asked, Why are you done so quickly? Yili spread her hands and said, There wasn't much to say in the first place. Let's not talk about these dampeners. Let's go sit down and drink some tea. I really envy Zheng Lord Qin never forces Zheng to attend a banquet she doesn't like. Yili nodded and walked with the two of them to a place with many people. The wedding was held as scheduled. This made the wedding, which was a little awkward because they had missed the wedding, look forward to a happy ending. That was if they could ignore Prince Li's face, which looked more like he was attending a funeral. Yili sat next to Hua Tianxiang and saw Mo Xiaoyao looking at her with a smile. Then his gaze moved to Mo Jingli, who was holding a piece of red silk and walking side by side with Ying. The smile in his eyes deepened. Almost immediately, Yili understood that Mo Xiaoyao must have known about what happened to Mo Jingli in the afternoon. However, seeing Mo Xiaoyao's gaze, Yili felt that perhaps the matter wasn't over yet. Chapter 50. So, halfway through the ceremony, Yili was not surprised at all when the master of ceremonies called for the couple to bow to each other, and then the groom fell to the ground with a plop. Instead, she had a feeling that this was indeed the case. At this moment, Yili absolutely believed that Mo Jingli probably did not want to hold another wedding in his life. Anyone who fainted 3 times in less than 24 hours before and after a wedding would have some kind of trauma. How could this be? Murong Ting was so shocked that she almost could not close her mouth. Hua Tianxiang was also stunned. She did not know what to say. In fact, she began to sympathize with Yi Ying. It was bad enough that the groom missed the auspicious time, but the groom fainted during the wedding. Phew. Li, this Li Wang's health is too poor. Fortunately, everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Only Xian Zhao Taifei reacted and hurriedly sent the bride and groom back to their rooms and called for the imperial physician. The groom fainted, but the wedding banquet still had to continue, but the guests were somewhat tasteless. The noble women guessed the real reason for Li Wang's fainting and thought about the latest gossip that would appear in the capital tomorrow. Yili mentally simulated the consequences of making Mo Jingli faint this afternoon. She felt that there was no big problem, and then enjoyed the delicious food with Hua Tianxiang and Murong Ting. When she glanced at a certain smiling man in an inconspicuous corner and shook a toast to her, she nodded slightly in return. This wedding was really interesting. Madam is here. In the comfortable and elegant Qing Yi pavilion, Yili was holding a needle and thread and thinking about the embroidery in her hands when Qing Xia came in to report. Yili put down the embroidery and looked up. How does she have time to come here? Ever since the blunder at Yi Ying's wedding 2 days ago, Wang Shi had been the busiest mess. These 2 days, there was news in the Fu that concubine Zhao's child and Yi Rong's were incompatible, and it was even more chaotic. Minister Yi also had a headache. On one hand, it was the daughter and only son of Princess Li. On the other hand, it was the most favored concubine and future son. It wasn't that Minister Yi couldn't tell which was more important. But looking at concubine Zhao's weeping face, he still couldn't bear to part with her. Unfortunately, on the second day of Yi Ying's wedding, Yi Rong was inexplicably startled by the carriage on his way to school. He was so frightened that he had to lie in bed for 2 days. Wang Shi made an even bigger fuss. When Wang Shi walked in, she had a rare, amiable look on her face when she faced Yi Li. Unfortunately, Yi Li was neither a concubine-born child who had to live at her whims, nor was she a pitiful young girl who didn't know anything. Therefore, she only stood up and greeted her indifferently. Fourth sister is about to return home. How come Madam has the time to come over? With what she thought was an amiable smile, Wang Shi said, the Princeton mansion has already chosen a date, and the betrothal gifts will be delivered in 2 days. Li, your wedding date is near. I came to see if there is anything that hasn't been fully prepared. Yili asked Wang Shi to sit down and said, Mother Lin and the wet nurse will take care of it. Aunt and Anne have also come to check on it several times. There is no problem. Thank you for your concern. The smile on Wang Shi's face stiffened. Yili's words sounded like she was saying that she had neglected her duty as a legal mother. In fact, Yili didn't have such an idea in her heart, because in her heart, she never thought that Wang Shi had the obligation to organize her wedding. As long as her face was acceptable, it was fine. Actually, I came here today to discuss something with Yili. Wang Shi quickly regained her composure and looked at Yili eagerly. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. Wang Shi sighed. Lear, you must have heard about what happened in the past few days. It's not that I, as the legal wife and legal mother, can't tolerate it. It's just that Zhao's child is at odds with the Yi family's legal child. The day before yesterday, I specially went to Master Ling Su of the Water Cloud Temple. He said that Zhao's child had a grudge with our family in her previous life. She was born to harm our Yi family. You see, ever since the news of her pregnancy spread, our family has been in trouble. But Master still blindly protects her. Yili calmly listened to Wang Shi ramble on about her dissatisfaction with Zhao and Minister Yi. Wang Shi deliberately brought up the fact that Zhao's child was at odds with the Yi family's legal child. In terms of legal children, who in the Yi family was more authentic than Yili? If she didn't know and didn't believe these things, after seeing Yi Ying's unlucky wedding, she was afraid that she would have a grudge against Zhao and her child. Madam, what do you mean? No matter what, that child is our Yi family's flesh and blood, and also Li Er's biological brother. Father naturally loves him. Yili lightly threw the question back to Wang Shi. If Xiao hadn't been on guard against Wang Shi and couldn't find a chance to make a move, why would she come to discuss with her? If she really fell for it and gave her advice, if something happened in the future, she would naturally have to bear the consequences. Wang Shi was startled. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No matter what, I'm afraid that child is. Ying's matter has already caused the Yi family to lose face. If something happens to Li Er's marriage, our family will really lose face. Yili lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. I'm afraid I can't make the decision on this matter. Madam, you should discuss it with father and grandmother. A woman should follow her husband. What's more, Li Er's wedding has no face to speak of. After getting married, she changed her surname to Mo. Even if that child really wanted to jinx someone, it should be someone with the surname Yi first, right? Seeing that Yi Li was so stubborn, Wang Shi also knew that she couldn't get the results she wanted here. She pretended to comfort Yi Li for a while before holding the almost deformed handkerchief in her hand and left. Miss, Wang Shi's intentions are so sinister. You must not be fooled by her. As soon as Wang Shi left, Mother Lin and Mother Wei came out from the inner room. Mother Wei said with a face full of anger. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and smiled. Nanny, did you see through her intentions? Mother Wei said, what other intentions can there be? She wants to harm concubine Zhao, but she dragged Miss into it. If Miss is soft-hearted and really listens to her words, in the future, when word spreads that a woman interferes with her father's affairs and is heartless to her stepmother and stepbrother, it will ruin Miss's reputation. Mother Lin smiled and comforted Mother Wei. Younger sister, don't be anxious. I think Miss must have a plan in mind. Yili nodded and said, Wang Shi certainly can't tolerate concubine Zhao. It's just that there are so many things going on in the Fu right now that she doesn't have the opportunity to act. Mother Lin thoughtfully said, Miss means to save that concubine Zhao? Yili shook her head and said, it can't be counted as saving her. These days, concubine Zhao has also helped me a lot. What's more, I think Rong has been taught by Madame to be somewhat improper. Yi family still has a trace of descendants in the future. Mother Lin said, I'm afraid that concubine Zhao will be ambitious in the future. Yili waved her hand and smiled. If she's smart, she should know that I have no conflict of interest with her. Chapter 51. Mother Lin thought for a while and smiled. Miss, you are thoughtful. Lana worried too much. Yili smiled and shook her head. I'm still young. There are always things I can't consider. In the future, I'll need more advice from Mother and Wet Nurse. In the evening, Wang Shi somehow persuaded Minister Yi to send concubine Zhao back to the Yi family's old house to wait for delivery. Concubine Zhao naturally cried and begged for a long time. The remaining concubines looked at her miserable appearance and couldn't bear it. Yi family's old house wasn't a flat and rich land. It was Bingzhou in the southwest of the Chu state, near the border. Not only was it barren, but it was also thousands of miles away from the capital. Since Minister Yi came to the capital and took old Madame Yi over, the Yi family never returned to their old house. In the early years, even the ancestral hall was moved to the capital. In Bingzhou, there was only an old house and some land left for the family to take care of. Not to mention whether concubine Zhao could live well when she went back, whether she could survive the journey while pregnant was a test. Minister Ye's expression was also somewhat unbearable. But looking at his former beloved concubine begging, he didn't relent. Yili looked at concubine Zhao's expression faintly. The initial sadness gradually turned into despair. Although there was an element of acting, there was obviously some real feelings in it. Minister Ye's ruthlessness also made concubine Zhao feel bitterly disappointed. Father, seeing that it was enough, Yili said, Bingzhou is far away. The journey is also very difficult. Even ordinary people may not be able to bear it. Not to mention concubine Zhao is pregnant. Minister Ye's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yi Li and said, "Lear, what do you think?" Yi Li lowered her eyes and said faintly, "Since Madame's intention is to send concubine Zhao away from the capital, why do we have to send her Bingzhou? What if there is something on the road? Sister Zhao is pregnant now. We have to accumulate blessings for her." Wang Shi's face turned white. Her heart trembled with anger. What did she mean by her idea? She even cursed her precious daughter and grandson. Old Madame Yi frowned and said, "Then Lear, where do you think is suitable?" Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "Although we can't not believe in fate, we can't completely believe it either. No matter what, concubine Mother Zhao is still pregnant with our Yi family's child. If outsiders were to find out about this, they would say that the Yi family doesn't care about kinship. As for where concubine Zhao will go, I'm sure father and grandmother have their own plans." Minister Yi took a deep look at Yi Li, and his eyes were obviously probing. "Our family has another courtyard in Yinzhou, and the climate in Yinzhou is also very pleasant. Why don't we send the Zhao clan to Yinzhou?" Naturally, everything will be decided by father and grandmother. Old Madam Yi looked at concubine Zhao and smiled at Yi Li. "Your father is right. Yinzhou has many outstanding people and many scholars. Maybe they can suppress this child's destiny." Yi Li said respectfully, "Grandmother is right. As long as the Yi family is doing well, then we will be doing well, right? Destiny? How can a child who hasn't been born have a destiny?" Old Madam Yi nodded with satisfaction. For Yi Li's understanding, she said, "Lear is sensible. In that case, this matter is settled." Concubine Zhao knelt in the hall and glanced at the unwilling Wang Shi. She bowed respectfully to old Madam Yi. "This servant thanks old Madam for your grace." "Thank you, Master, and third Miss for your grace." Yi Li smiled. "Concubine Zhao, get up quickly. This is the grace of grandmother and father. We as the younger generation can only listen. Concubine Zhao has a long way to go. You should be careful. When my brother is born, I hope concubine Zhao will teach him well so that he won't disappoint grandmother and father." Concubine Zhao nodded repeatedly. "This servant thanks Miss for your advice. This servant thanks third Miss for saving my life." Concubine Zhao knelt in front of Yi Li. Her simple and elegant dress was completely different from the enchanting in the past. Yi Li raised her hand to signal Qing Wan to help her up. She said lightly, "No need to be so polite. You don't have to worry when you reach Yinzhou. Naturally, someone will arrange everything." Concubine Zhao nodded and said, "This servant believes that third Miss's words are like a mountain. This servant will also abide by the agreement and raise this child." She lowered her head and stroked her still flat belly. Concubine Zhao's brows were full of tenderness and love. In the future, this child will be her everything. Yi Li nodded and ordered Qing Shuang, "Go and get 500 taels of silver for concubine Zhao. Take it as travel expenses." Qing Shuang responded and left. Concubine Zhao looked at Yi Li gratefully. The entire Yi family was under the control of Wang Shi. Of course, this included the various villages. It was inevitable that Wang Shi would secretly deduct her expenses. Although she had saved some money herself, it wasn't much. In the entire Yi family, other than the old matriarch and master, only third Miss could take out such a large sum of money at once. Concubine Zhao understood in her heart that although third Miss wasn't a warm and amiable person, as long as she was well-behaved, she was definitely a reliable and trustworthy person. "Many thanks for third Miss's pity. When you get there, someone will be responsible for your and your child's safety. With father there, she won't dare to be too brazen. But if you want to live well there, it will depend on your own methods." Yi Li reminded lightly. In any case, the village wasn't hers. If concubine Zhao had the means, it would be better for the child if she controlled it herself. Concubine Zhao was stunned. She was secretly shocked that Yi Li could see through her thoughts. However, since she had spoken, it naturally meant that the Su family would help her to a certain extent. As long as she had enough means to control Yunzhou's village, it would be a place for her and her child to settle down. Thinking of this, Concubine Zhao hurriedly thanked Yili again. At the same time, she felt even more reverence in her heart. Miss, the Ding King's residence has sent the betrothal gifts. Qing Yu walked in with a happy face and smiled. The old madam and master are asking Miss to hurry over. Yili nodded. Seeing Qing Yu's strange expression, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is there something else?" Qing Yu's happy expression was somewhat conflicted. Looking at Yili, she said, "His Highness King Li and fourth Miss have also returned." Today was the day that Ying would return home. Not knowing if it was intentional or real, the days were so coincidental that fourth Miss's return and third Mrs. betrothal gifts actually collided on the same day. Yili was also stunned. She had almost forgotten that Ying was also coming back today. What happened? Qing Yu curled her small mouth and said, "King Li and son-in-law arrived at about the same time." His face was gloomy, as if someone owed him tens of thousands of taels of silver. What bad luck! Impudent! Yili lightly reprimanded. Qing Yu blinked her eyes. She could tell that there was no anger in Mrs. words. Only then did she playfully stick out her tongue, cover her small mouth, and hide to the side. Qing Shuang came out with a plain embroidered pouch and handed it to Yili. Yili turned around and put it in concubine Zhao's hand along with a gold lock. She said, "This is my gift to my younger brother. I won't give it to concubine when the time comes." Concubine Zhao's eyes reddened. Remembering that today was the day that the Prince Ding mansion would send the betrothal gifts, she hurriedly held back her tears and said goodbye to Yili. Only then did she put away the things and walked out. Chapter 52. Yili turned her head and said, "Let's go and see grandmother." Because there was no one in the Ding Palace who could be considered as Imo Xiuyao's elder. Imo Xiuyao specially invited two very famous elders from the capital to visit together. The one that Yili had met before was the Imperial College's principal Su Zhe and the Empress's father, Old Duke Hua. These two could be considered as influential figures in the capital and also made Minister Yi feel proud. The long list of betrothal gifts in the Ding Palace reminded people of the last time when the Li Palace sent the betrothal gifts. Originally, it looked good, but now, in comparison, it made people feel that the Li Palace was lacking in sincerity. Therefore, Yi Shangshu invited Old Lord Su, Old Duke Hua, and Prince Ding to the study room with a smile. He inadvertently neglected Yi Ying and Imo Jingli, who arrived at the same time. Li pays respect to grandmother. Greetings to old Madame Hua and all the madams. When Yili stepped into Rong Lu Hall, she saw old Madame Yi and old Madame Hua chatting happily. There were also some familiar madams below who joined in the fun. However, Imo Jingli, Yi Ying, and Wang Shi sat at the side with ugly expressions. Wang Shi and Ying obviously could not get a word in, and Imo Jingli's expression probably made people not dare talk to him. "Li, come over quickly. Everyone, take a look at my granddaughter." Old Madam Yi intimately waved at Yi Li. Her turbid eyes were filled with a kind smile. It was as if Yi Li was her most precious granddaughter. Yi Li obediently went forward. "Grandmother." Old Madame Hua pulled Yi Li to sit beside her and smiled. "Old Madam, don't blame this old one for snatching your granddaughter. I like this third miss very much. No wonder that girl, Tian Xiang, has been nagging all day to come and play with third Mississippi." Yili smiled and said, "Old Madam is overpraising me. Lear also misses Tian Xiang very much." Old Madame Hua nodded repeatedly and said, "Good child, you really have your mother's demeanor. No wonder Xiu Yao, that child, refused to go out for so many years. But this time he specially came to invite our family's old man to propose marriage." Yili lowered her head. Her beautiful face was dyed with a faint blush. She chuckled softly. "Old Duke Hua hasn't been involved in worldly affairs for so many years. Lear is truly." Old Madame Hua nodded secretly. Even if she was shy, she could still be dignified and appropriate. She was not as delicate as the average girl from a noble family. Only this kind of woman would be able to hold such a big family business like the Ding King's residence. She patted Yili amiably and said with a smile, "What's the big deal?" The old man had nothing to do now. Naturally, he wanted to worry about the marriage of the younger generation. Xiuyao was also watched by our old man as he grew up. Seemingly thinking of Xiuyao's current situation, old Madame Hua could not help but sigh softly. She instructed Yili, "In the future, you will be a family. You must live well." Yili pretended to be shy and silently agreed. In her heart, the word embarrassed had already been placed. Seemingly thinking of the coldness of the other newly married couple, old Madame Hua turned to Jingli and said with a smile, "This old one has yet to congratulate Li Wang and Li Wangfei. The Empress Dowager and Xian Zhao Taifei have long been looking forward to holding a grandson. Presumably, the two noble ladies will soon be able to fulfill their wishes." When old Madame Hua opened her mouth, everyone present also hurriedly congratulated Jingli and Ying. Jingli's cold air was really frightening. It made the people who originally wanted to congratulate him not dare to open their mouths. At this time, when old Madame Hua opened her mouth, everyone naturally followed to congratulate. Jingli looked at everyone with a cold face. In the end, he still could not disrespect old Madame Hua, so he nodded lightly. Yili sat next to old Madame Hua and just happened to see Yi Ying's expression clearly. Yili also felt a little strange. Although there was a situation on the wedding day, it had nothing to do with Yi Ying. With Jingli's love for Yi Ying, it would only make him feel more guilty and treat her better. However, the expressions of these two people really did not look like a bunch of happy newlyweds expressions. Perhaps it was because of Yi Ying's almost unconcealable gloomy expression. Wang Shi's expression did not look good. Fortunately, she still knew to look at the situation. She just kept a calm face and did not flare up. "Prince Ding is here." The voice of a servant's report came from outside the door. Minister Yi accompanied old Duke Hua, old Lord Suzhia, and Xiuyao in. Before they came in, old Duke Hua's loud laughter came in. "Huh, I've waited for so many years. Finally, I'm going to drink Prince Ding's wedding wine. What's the trouble? It's a good opportunity to see how the future Princess Ding is and how she can make my servant admit defeat. Li is still young. Old Duke, don't scare her." Xiuyao's voice was faint with a gentle smile. "Good boy. You know how to protect your wife before the wedding." The hall was quiet. Old Madame Hua pushed Yi Li with a smile and said, "Our family's old master is a rough person. Li don't be offended." Yi Li smiled and shook her head. She looked at the door and saw a man with white hair and a white beard. Although he was close to 70 years old, he still had a majestic gait. Yi Li was born in a military family. When she saw this old man, she knew that he must be a famous general who had spent half his life on the battlefield. She could not help but have a good impression of him. Prince Li and Princess Li are also here. This old official greets Prince and Princess Li. Old Duke Hua's gaze swept across the people in the hall. His gaze paused on Yi Li for a while before he greeted Jingli and Yi Ying. Jingli nodded and moved his gaze away from Xiuyao, who came in behind old Duke Hua. He frowned and said, "Old Duke, why are you here?" Old Duke Hua stroked his white beard and smiled proudly. "This old man is here to be a matchmaker for Xiuyao. I'm here to give the betrothal gifts. Old Madam Yi, come and take a look at the betrothal gifts. Is there anything in the Yi residence that you're not satisfied with? Third Miss, come and take a look too. If there's anything missing, we'll immediately ask someone to make up for it." Old Madam Yi had already roughly looked at the betrothal gifts list once. How could she dare to be dissatisfied? She quickly said with a smile, "Old Duke and old Mr. Su did it personally. How could there be any mistakes?" She handed the list to Yi Li. Yi Li just casually glanced at it. She turned around and handed it to Qing Wan beside her. She smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, old Duke and old Mr. Su." Old Duke Hua looked at Yi Li and turned back to Xiuyao. He nodded and smiled. The Yi family really knows how to teach girls. Xiuyao is so lucky. Xiuyao glanced at Yi Li and smiled without saying anything. Suzhou also agreed and smiled. Old Duke is right. Third Miss is outstanding in poetry, calligraphy, and painting. Yi family has a good upbringing. After another round of praise and modesty, old Madame Hua sent the two bride-to-be out with the reason that they should cultivate feelings before marriage. Standing outside Lu Rongtang, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but look at each other. Finally, it turned into a faint smile. "Let me do it." Yi Li walked behind Mo Xiaoyao and took over a Jin's position. Ajin hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately let go. Mo Xiaoyao raised his hand and said, "Jin, you can leave first." The young man looked at Yi Li with a hint of surprise on his face. Then there was some respect that wasn't there before. He respectfully handed the wheelchair to Yi Li, turned around, and disappeared in front of the two people. Yi Li slowly pushed the wheelchair along the flat path to the garden. Mo Xiaoyao slightly tilted his head and said softly, "If you're tired, you can stop. Actually, I can do it myself." Chapter 53. I know, but you should also know that I'm not a weak lady from a respectable family. Yi Li smiled. The wheelchair was clearly made with care, and it didn't take much effort to push it. Yi Li also believed that even without anyone pushing the wheelchair, Mo Xiaoyao would still be able to move freely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his trusted aide away. Hearing Yi Li's words, Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something. He coughed lightly and laughed softly. "Be more careful these days. Jing Li's other faults are fine, but he loves to hold grudges. It can be said that he will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Recently, he suffered a few setbacks at your hands, so he won't let it go." Yi Li nodded and said helplessly, "I still don't understand how I offended him." Mo Xiaoyao's faint smile had a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "If you acted a little worse after the engagement was broken off, or even tried to kill yourself, he probably wouldn't do anything to you. He might even make it up to you, for some reason." Yi Li was speechless, so the reason why he treated me like that was because my performance wasn't what he wanted? It's obvious. Really asking for a beating. Walking to the stone table beside the lotus pond, Yi Li stopped and smiled. "Let's rest here for a while." It was the beginning of May. There was only a patch of green in the lotus pond, but it made people feel refreshed. The servant girls who were following them from afar immediately left after serving tea and snacks, leaving only Qin Shuang and a few others standing not far away to wait for orders. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. "The people around you are all very good. That girl is the one outside the city that night. Her skills are not bad." Yi Li turned back to look at Qing Wan, who was talking to Qin Shuang. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "Qing Wan and Qing Yu came with eldest uncle. Only Qin Shuang has been following me." She didn't explain in detail who was Qing Yu and who was Qin Shuang. She believed that Mo Xiaoyao had a rough idea of the people around her. Mo Xiaoyao laughed. "So you're from a Su family. No wonder." Lily also had good foresight. "That way, I won't have to worry when I get to the Princeton mansion." Yi Li frowned. "Are you talking about the future affairs of the Princeton mansion?" She had no problem managing a group of highly skilled special forces soldiers. She could even manage a regiment of soldiers. But to ask her to take care of the affairs and properties of a prince's mansion, even if she had these days of learning and practice, she still felt somewhat apprehensive. Yi Li's conflicted expression clearly pleased Mo Xiaoyao, and the smile in his eyes deepened as he said, "You are the future mistress of the Ding Palace. I'll tell you about the matters of the palace in advance so that you won't be flustered when the time comes." "Is there something wrong?" "No." Yi Li shook her head. She understood the principle that she had a plan for her position. "I hope I won't make a mess of the palace. I have confidence in Li Li." Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Yi Li helplessly raised her eyebrows. "For your confidence, I don't have any reason to decline." In her heart, Yi Li really liked this feeling. In reality, she and Mo Xiaoyao didn't get along like an engaged couple. Instead, they were more like friends. They understood each other's thoughts and knew each other's bottom line. Right now, they might not have deep feelings for each other, but they were more comfortable with each other than an engaged couple. Perhaps they could only be friends for the rest of their lives. Perhaps one day, they would become each other's family. But who could say for sure what would happen in the future? But wasn't it something to look forward to? In my current situation, it's not suitable for me to visit Mr. Su and Mr. Su. I hope the two elders will not be offended. Mo Xiaoyao put the teacup in his hand on the table and said apologetically to Yili, "Eldest uncle already knows the situation of the Ding Wang Fu. They are not people that pay attention to formalities. But last time, eldest brother seemed to have said that he had gone to the Ding Wang Fu." Yili looked curiously at him. She was really curious how a cultured and elegant young master like Su Qingshen would express his dissatisfaction with his future brother-in-law. Mo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. It's been many years, but Su Gongzi's presence is still enviable. Greetings to Li Wang, greetings to Li Wang Fei. Not far away, Qing Wan and Qing Shuang blocked the path. Mo Jingli sneered. What? I can't walk on this path? Qing Wan and Qing Shuang exchanged a look. This path only led to the lotus pond. There was no other path in front of them. Li Wang clearly saw that their Miss and Prince Ding were here, yet he still insisted on walking forward. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Qing Shuang was about to speak when Mo Xiaoyao spoke. Invite Li Wang and Li Wang Fei over. The two then bowed their heads respectfully. Prince Wang Fei, please. Mo Jingli snorted and walked quickly to the beautiful couple sitting by the lotus pond. Ying followed behind him and bit her lips bitterly. Mo Jingli stood by the table and looked down at Yili. Yili frowned. She was very displeased with Mo Jingli's unbridled gaze. Yili, sit. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly as he extended his hand to Yili. Yili grabbed his hand cooperatively and sat beside Mo Xiaoyao. She gave the seat opposite to Mo Jingli and Ying. Mo Jingli sat down without a word. Ying then walked to the three of them while panting slightly. It was obvious that Mo Jingli's unbridled pace was not something a delicate girl like Ying could keep up with. Third sister, Prince Ding. Ying said softly. Yili nodded and smiled. Fourth sister, sit down. Have you been well these past few days? Ying lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, Thank you for your concern, third sister. I'm well. Yili nodded. Seeing Ying say so, she did not ask any more questions. Although Ying didn't look like she was doing well, she didn't really care about her. If Ying really complained to her, she would not know what to do. Mo Jingli snorted and said, Inger is naturally well. I wonder how Lear has been these past few days? Yili raised her eyebrows and looked sideways at Mo Xiaoyao. She smiled and said, Thank you, Prince, for your concern. Other than being a little busy these past few days, everything has been well. Mo Jingli's expression turned cold. He stared at Yili for a long time with a gloomy gaze. Then he said to Mo Xiaoyao, I have some things that I would like to talk to third Miss Yi alone. Yili could not help but find it funny. Actually, from the first time she met Mo Xiaoyao, she realized that Mo Jingli loved to put on airs in front of Mo Xiaoyao. For example, if Mo Xiaoyao was present, Mo Jingli would definitely like to look at people with his chin up and a look of contempt. In fact, Yili really wanted to tell him that Mo Xiaoyao could only see his nostrils most of the time when he was sitting in a wheelchair. So, Mo Xiaoyao really rarely looked up at him. Also, as long as he talked to Mo Xiaoyao, he would definitely refer to himself as I. It was as if speaking this way would make him superior. In fact, everyone knew that although Mo Jingli was the son of the late emperor and the younger brother of the current emperor, unless he killed his brother and became the emperor himself, his title in this lifetime would be below the first-rank prince of Dinghua. And it will take her leave first. Prince and sister have a chat. Ying was the first to stand up and respond to Mo Jingli's words. Although she looked at Yi Li with a gaze that was so bitter that it could be mixed with poison. Looking at Yi Ying's figure leaving with a reluctant gaze, Yi Li sighed softly in her heart. In just 2 or 3 days, Ying had changed from a proud daughter of a boudoir to a resentful wife of a wealthy family. It seemed that Mo Jingli did not like Ying as much as the rumors said. In that case, Why did Mo Jingli go against the late emperor's will and marry Ying? Was it really just a moment of impulse? Chapter 54. Mo Xiaoyao. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao and Yili remain unmoved by his words, Mo Jingli angrily roared. Jingli, you really should learn your manners. Mo Xiaoyao calmly stared at Mo Jingli's gloomy face. An invisible pressure made Mo Jingli freeze. Did the emperor allow you to speak to I like this? HM? Compared to Mo Jingli's gloomy and cold face, Mo Xiaoyao's indifferent expression was many times friendlier, even with the half-mask on. But even so, Mo Jingli was still shocked and angry to find that he felt a secret fear towards the man in front of him. This made him angry and ashamed, and he couldn't believe it. His last impression of Mo Xiaoyao was from 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, their statuses and situations were very similar. They both came from the most noble families in the Chu state. They both had an older brother. His older brother was the emperor. Mo Xiaoyao's older brother was the Ding prince. They didn't need to inherit the title of nobility. They didn't have any burdens. Even if they ate and drank, they could live a life of luxury. Except for Mo Xiaoyao. He was better than him in everything, so he didn't like Mo Xiaoyao from a young age. When he was immersed in studying to receive his father emperor's praise, Mo Xiaoyao had already received everyone's praise, including his father emperor's. When he was secretly proud of his excellent martial arts, Mo Xiaoyao had already swept through the battlefield, adding even more glory to the Ding kingdom's invincible god of war. When he was young, he hated Mo Xiaoyao, but he wasn't afraid of him. If he didn't like him, then he would fight. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. There would be a day when he would win. But he never would have thought that 8 years after he classified him as trash, he would actually be afraid of him. A great humiliation. Your Highness Princely. Yili frowned as she looked at Mo Jingli's sinister expression. She didn't doubt that if they were in a different place or a different person, Mo Jingli would have already torn the person to shreds. Prince, if you have something to say, just say it. There is nothing between me and Xiaoyao that cannot be said clearly. Nothing that can't be said? Mo Jingli quickly calmed down and put on a mocking expression. Yili, are you sure? Yili looked at him in confusion, but Mo Jingli obviously thought that he had caught onto Yi Li's weakness. Then do you want to talk about what happened the night before Ai's wedding and what happened on the day of the wedding? Yili looked at him sympathetically. This guy definitely didn't know that Mo Xiaoyao had played a part in his embarrassing fainting on the day of his wedding. Wedding day. Prince, are you saying that you fainted on the spot and delayed the wedding ceremony? At this moment, Yili expresses her deep regret and sympathy. Yili. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth as he glared at the innocent and sympathetic woman in front of him. I can't go through the wedding ceremony. Isn't that what you wanted? Yili was at a loss. Prince, what do you mean by that? Although Yili and fourth sister don't usually get along well, I'm not so vicious as to want her to fail the wedding ceremony. Prince is slandering Yili like this, telling me that I don't have the face to see fourth sister anymore. He wanted to frame her and make Mo Xiaoyao misunderstand. Mo Jingli clearly didn't have enough tricks up his sleeves. Yili looked slightly wronged as she stubbornly glared at Mo Jingli. She perfectly acted out the role of a young miss who had been wronged. Mo Xiaoyao, who had originally wanted to speak up to help Yi Li out of her predicament, leisurely looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Evie couldn't help but want to cheer for her wonderful performance. It seemed that Yili really didn't need him to give her any pointers. She could handle most things better than he expected. Just as Mo Jingli was about to fly into a rage again, Mo Xiaoyao spoke up. You don't have to be like this, Li. No matter what others say, I will always believe in Li. Yili lowered her eyes and softly said, It's great that Xiaoyao believes in me. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Yili, good job. Mo Jingli finally threw down these words and left like a gust of wind. Yili helplessly shrugged and lightly sighed. If you offended someone like Mo Jingli, he would hold a grudge until death. Unless you were willing to throw yourself into the mud to apologize to him and let him humiliate you. Just a normal retreat was definitely not enough. And this person had extremely powerful backers, the current emperor and the current empress dowager. I seem to have made an enemy for you. No, he and I have never been friends. Mo Xiaoyao indifferently said. Yili blinked. Can you tell me about it? When I was young, he hid my homework and caused me to be beaten by father. I gave him back the beating of the previous emperor. When I was young, he suspected that I was seducing his sweetheart, so he had someone drug my wine at a banquet. In the end, he drank the wine himself. Once during a martial arts competition, I accidentally kicked him out of the ring. The next day, I was beaten by more than a dozen experts from the imperial palace. 10 days later, Feng Jiao and I hung him up on a big willow tree in the capital. It just happened that his sweetheart saw it. As expected, the hatred is as deep as the sea. Yili was speechless. Although she had heard people talk about how Mo Xiaoyao was in high spirits when he was young, but looking at the current gentle and quiet man, Yili still found it hard to imagine that Mo Xiaoyao was also at the age of being mischievous and mischievous. Feng Jiao told me that on the day of the wedding, he found the unconscious His Highness Li Wang behind the fake mountain in the garden of the Li Wang Fu. Without a hindrance, Mo Xiaoyao smiled as he looked at Yili. Yili smiled innocently. It seems that Mo Jingli has offended many people. She could guarantee that no one had seen her move against Mo Jingli. Even Feng Jiao had only guessed it. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a smile. He nodded and said, "That is true. But even though Jingli has always been brainless, the two in the palace and the virtuous Zhao Dowager are not brainless." So, Yili nodded seriously. I understand. The two in the palace and the virtuous Zhao Dowager could be said to have killed their way out of the previous emperor's dozens of concubines and dozens of sons. Naturally, Mo Jingli, this well-protected prince, could not compare to them. Attracting their attention too much would only bring more harm than good. Lowering her head to think, Yili said, "I'm just afraid that I've already been targeted." Mo Xiaoyao looked thoughtfully at the servant girls standing not far away. He nodded slightly and said, "No matter who it is, they will not be reassured. They're not targeting you. It's just that you're more likely to attract their attention. Before the wedding, the palace will probably find an excuse to summon you. At that time, bring that girl called Qingyu with you." Yili looked at him in confusion. Mo Xiaoyao explained in a soft voice, "Suda Gongzi told me before that the girl's medical skills are not bad." Yili understood. She raised a hand to touch her forehead. She felt a headache. Mo Xiaoyao smiled as he poured a cup of hot tea for her. He asked with a smile, "Headache?" Yili nodded honestly. "I don't think so. It's probably because I'm not good at these things." These schemes really gave people a headache. Did these people not know how to be tired? Chapter 55. Apologies. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her indifferently. Yili waved her hand and said without much care, "I'm guessing that even if the emperor doesn't marry me to you, he will marry me to someone he doesn't like." The Su family's background was too special. Even if she was married to someone, the emperor wouldn't give in. Just like the young masters of the Su family. Su Qingshen was already 22 years old. He wasn't married or engaged, but the emperor had never considered marrying him. She even suspected that the emperor hoped that Su Qingshen would never marry in this lifetime. Even if he did marry, it would be best if he was married to a woman from a family with a reputation and no power like Su Qingze. Otherwise, it would be marrying a princess. Thinking of this, Yili raised her head and asked, "Are there any unmarried princesses in the palace?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "The previous emperor's youngest princess, Princess Linlang, and the current emperor's eldest princess, Princess Fangfei, are both 12 years old this year." "Why?" Yili shook her head and hoped that she was thinking too much. It wasn't very likely that Su Qingshen would marry a 12-year-old girl. But there was still Su Qingbai and Su Qingyin. Seeing Yili's expression, Mo Xiaoyao guessed what she was thinking. He nodded and said, "Back then, the emperor and even the previous emperor had hinted that they wanted to marry the princess to Su Qingchen, but they were all rejected by Sir Qingyun. The Su family not marrying imperial daughters was a strange example among the noble families of the Chu state. It had to be known that marrying a princess meant that he would no longer have any relations with the court and power. He could only wear the title of prince consort and live a life of luxury. This was definitely a nightmare for the ambitious young masters of the rich and powerful families. However, many noble families were still willing to let their second son, who had no right to inherit, marry a princess. After all, this meant that the family's bloodline would merge with the imperial family. It meant that they would receive the emperor's favor and glory. However, in the history of the Su family, which had existed for hundreds of years, there were at least 5 sons who had refused to marry a princess. 100 years ago, the head of the Su family had set a rule that the sons of the Su family could not marry into the imperial family, not even the sons of concubines. Therefore, the imperial family no longer brought up the matter of marrying the princess to the Su family. The palace should already know that eldest uncle and the others have entered the capital, right? Yili asked. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. Although he said he entered the capital privately, Master Hong Yu did not deliberately hide his tracks. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden if it was really investigated. Minister Yi was loyal to the current emperor. Hiding things will only make people suspicious. Yili smiled and said, "That makes sense. I still need to pay my respects to first uncle later. It just so happens that I have a lot of things to ask him for advice on. Say hello to Mr. Hong Yu for me." In Wang Shi's Fengyi courtyard, Ying was sobbing miserably in Wang Shi's arms. Wang Shi dismissed the maidservants in the room and hugged her daughter to comfort her. "Inger, what's wrong? They had just gotten married. So how did things turn out like this? Did King Li mistreat you?" Ying raised her head and looked at her mother's worried and loving face. She cried even more sorrowfully, sobbed, "Mother, Inger is so miserable. What's wrong? Did King Li really mistreat you? Good daughter, don't be afraid. Let's go back and tell your father. Your father loves you the most. He will definitely stand up for you," Wang Shi hurriedly said. Ying wiped her tears and cried. What can father do? What does he dare to do to the Li Palace? When the Li Palace casually sent the betrothal gifts, he didn't say anything. Father doesn't love me at all. Wang Shi was speechless. Saying that the Li Palace's betrothal gifts were poor was only relative to the grandeur of the Prince Ding mansion. With the betrothal gifts personally handled by the virtuous consort, it was impossible for the Li Palace to lose face. Moreover, Ying was very satisfied at that time. However, now that she saw the Prince Ding mansion solemnly invite Duhua and Old Master Su to send the betrothal gifts, Ying felt that she could not compare to Yi Li and lost face. Although Wang Shi felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart, she still knew the severity of the matter. She gently patted Yi Ying's back, who was choking with sobs, and said, "Silly child, how can you blame your father for this? There was nothing wrong with the Li Palace's betrothal gifts. You know it yourself, don't you? If there was something wrong, how could your father and grandmother let you get married like this? It's just that Yi Li's wedding date is set after yours. Even if the Prince Ding mansion wanted to maintain their face, they had to let her get a better betrothal gift than you. But think about it. Other than the betrothal gifts, what else does she have? King Li is the emperor's younger brother. He is skilled in both civil and martial arts. His appearance is also one of the best in the capital. That Prince Ding is now just an idle prince with no power or influence. He is also in a wheelchair and has a disfigured face. No matter what, you are much better than her, aren't you?" Ying bit her cherry lips in grievance and said softly, "But Prince Ding Mansion still has a few concubines." Wang Shi was stunned and then laughed. She hugged Ying and said with a smile, "Silly daughter, which man doesn't have a few women in his room? You have to remember that you're King Li's wife. Don't you see that we also have a lot of women in our family? So what? Aren't they all obedient to me? Come, tell your mother how you've been these past few days." When it came to Yi Ying's newlywed life, it could not be described with the word miserable. On the day of the wedding, they missed the auspicious hour and the groom fainted. After Mo Jingli fainted, he was sent back to the bridal chamber. He asked the imperial physician to take medicine, but he did not wake up. As a newlywed wife, Ying could only take off the red veil herself and then take care of her unconscious husband with an empty stomach. When Mo Jingli woke up, it was close to 5 o'clock. Not to mention the bridal chamber. Ying did not even have time to rest. She hurriedly dressed up and went to pay respects to Xian Zhao Dowager Consort. Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was not satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Looking at Yi Ying's ugly face that could not be hidden even with heavy makeup, she exploded on the spot. She criticized Yi Ying's clothes and behavior. The most unbearable thing for her was that the one being compared by Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was Yi Li, who Yi Ying hated the most. Yi Ying, who was originally confident in herself, heard Xian Zhao Dowager Consort talk about how Yi Li was elegant and dignified when she saw her yesterday, and how frivolous and rude Yi Ying was. How Yi Li spoke appropriately, and how Yi Ying did not know when to stop. Yi Ying finally could not help but explode and talk back. Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was furious and made Yi Ying kneel for a quarter of an hour when she served tea. In the end, Mo Jingli waited impatiently and let Yi Ying get up. If it was Yi Li, she would definitely tell Yi Ying, "Poor child, you have been fooled by Xian Zhao Dowager Consort. She deliberately tormented you." Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was like a fish in water in the palace for decades. How could she get angry so easily? It was obvious that she deliberately picked on Yi Ying's weakness and took the opportunity to attack Yi Ying. It could also be said that she wanted to give her a show of strength. If the unlucky thing stopped here, Yi Ying would not do anything. However, when she finally returned to her courtyard after serving the dowager imperial concubine for breakfast, she saw 4 or 5 women dressed in bright and beautiful clothes waiting for her. Each of them had their own merits. Yi Ying almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She never knew that Mo Jingli already had 5 concubines before the wedding, and she could not do anything to these concubines because they were either bestowed by Xian Zhao Dowager Consort or Empress Dowager. They were either the legitimate daughters of small officials or the daughters of concubines of high officials. Yi Ying kept recalling her grandmother's teachings. She used all her strength to suppress her anger and deal with those women. When she returned to her room, what waited for her was not the gentle new husband, but the chief steward and the steward of the manor holding the cold account books. Yi Ying was indeed a talented woman skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she was not good at managing the household and accounting. She used to dislike these tacky things because they would tarnish her elegant temperament. But under the frown of Xian Zhao Dowager and the stewards, she felt for the first time that she was an idiot. 2 days later, before she could figure out the account books that seemed to never be finished, Xian Zhao Dowager Consort coldly told her that she did not need to manage these accounts anymore. Yi Ying breathed a sigh of relief, but also understood that she had lost the right to manage Li Wangfu. Chapter 56. After listening to Yi Ying's words, Wang Shi's face turned ugly. If Yi Ying didn't have the right to manage the mansion, then her position as Princess Consort Li was just a decoration. For the first time, Wang Shi regretted that she spoiled and indulged her daughter too much. If she had taught her more, she wouldn't have encountered such a problem. But Wang Shi didn't understand. Compared to virtuous consort Zhao, even if she went herself, it would be useless, let alone teaching more. From the beginning, Yi Ying was destined not to get the rights that a mistress of the mansion should have. Then, what does princely mean? Wang Shi pulled Yi Ying and asked. Yi Ying said with tears, "Prince said that consort Zhao took pity on me because I was young, so she helped me manage the mansion. It won't be too late to take over after 2 years when I have a child and have learned enough." Wang Shi had a flash of inspiration. "Right, child. Prince is right. Inger, you should give birth to the eldest son for Prince as soon as possible. You have to remember, it's the eldest son. You can't let those women give birth to Prince Li's child before you." Ying was shocked, and looked at Wang Shi hesitantly. Wang Shi said softly, "Good child, don't be afraid. I will tell you what to do. You are Prince Li's wife, so it's natural for you to give birth to a son for Prince Li. So, those women can't get pregnant before you. Do you understand?" Looking at the cold light in Wang Shi's eyes, Ying nodded quickly. Wang Shi smiled with satisfaction and pulled Ying to sit down and talk in detail. The mother and daughter, one was teaching and the other was learning. Just when they were talking, the servant outside the door came to report that the master was here. Wang Shi was overjoyed and pulled Ying with a smile. "Look, your father still cares about you." She quickly pulled Ying up to greet Minister Yi. When Minister Yi came in and saw Ying, he was startled at first, and then said, "Inger, why are you here?" Ying lowered her head bitterly and said, "Inger is back, so I'm here to talk to Mother. What does Father think I am?" Minister Yi frowned slightly and couldn't help but look at Ying. He felt that his daughter seemed to be a little different after not seeing her for a few days. But soon he concluded that she was a married daughter who had grown up, so he didn't ask any more questions. After Minister Yi sat down and served tea, Wang asked, "Master, why are you here at this time instead of accompanying Duke Hua and Old Master Su?" Minister Yi said, "Old Duke and Old Lord Su went back after the banquet. I came to discuss with you about Li Er's dowry." Wang Shi had a bad premonition in her heart. Li Er's dowry? Wasn't it already prepared? Is there any other problem, Master? Minister Yi nodded. He glanced at Ying, who was sitting at the side, and said, "I've discussed with my mother. We'll add 2 more manors, 1 courtyard, 2 shops, and 8,000 taels of silver to Li Er's dowry." "What?" Wang Shi screamed and almost knocked over the teacup in front of her. Ying also looked at Minister Yi in disbelief. Minister Yi frowned with dissatisfaction and said, "This is what the old lady wants." Wang tried her best not to scream. She looked at Minister Yi with red eyes and asked, "Why? You and Ying were also Master's legitimate daughters and old Madam's biological granddaughters." The old Madam was being a little too biased. "It's fine if you is in the palace, but how can stand in the Li Palace in the future?" Minister Yi said impatiently, "What nonsense are you talking about? You know clearly what happened to Ying's dowry. How much did you put in? Do you think old Madam and I don't know?" Wang Shi said softly with some unwillingness. "Didn't Li put in anything else? When eldest young lady got married, her dowry was not even a fraction of hers." Minister Yi said coldly, "Don't you know where the dowry that Li Er's mother left for Zhener went? Also, the extra part of Li Er's dowry was left by her mother. It's from the Su family. The extra part of Er's dowry is from the Yi family." "Master." Wang Shi looked at Minister Yi with a sorrowful face. Her body was also on the verge of collapsing. "I knew it. Master, you have always looked down on me. Just because my family was born in a humble family and was not as noble as my sisters." Before she could finish, Wang Shi was already in tears. "Sob sob, if I had known earlier, I would have implicated my daughter and caused her to be despised by the old master. I would have been better off dead. What nonsense are you talking about?" Looking at his wife's sorrowful appearance, Minister Ye's heart softened. Thinking that he had been neglecting her for Zhao's sake these days, he said helplessly. Wang Shi had tears in her eyes and looked at Minister Yi sadly. "Did Master not look down on me?" Minister Yi said, "All right, don't think too much. Would I look down on you?" Only then did Wang Shi stop crying and looked at Minister Yi emotionally, and knows that Master will always be good to her. Minister Yi looked at Ying and made an uneasy sound of agreement. Ying, who was sitting on the side, was also thoughtful. She was still very surprised by her mother's means of winning over her father. Although she felt that it was unbearable for her mother to act like a shy young girl, it was obvious that her father liked it. She also remembered the first madam. It could be said that Ying had been working hard for a woman like the first madam since she was a child. So she actually didn't quite understand why her father would give up such a beautiful and elegant woman like the first madam and favor her mother more. For a time, she even doubted whether she was really working hard in the wrong direction. But after growing up, the praise of the noble ladies in the capital and the admiring eyes of men made her understand that she was not wrong. Master, then, Li Er's dowry. Minister Yi frowned and said, "This is the old madam's decision. If you still have any opinions, you can talk to the old madam." Although Minister Yi was a little confused about his own private affairs, he was not too confused about business. He immediately pushed old Madam Yi out as a shield. Of course, Wang Shi didn't dare to ask old Madam Yi. If she dared to challenge old Madam Yi, she would have thought of a way to poison that old woman who always looked at her with her nostrils and liked to criticize her. Seeing that his wife and daughter were aggrieved and didn't dare to speak, Minister Yi sighed and said, "You also know what the Prince Ding mansion's dowry is like. Although there is the dowry left by Li Er's mother, outsiders can't see anything. But which noble family in the capital doesn't know the root of the matter? If there is any gossip, our Yi family can no longer live in the capital. If they were greedy for the rich dowry of the son-in-law's family, but couldn't give the corresponding dowry, they would be poked at by others." Wang Shi thought of the long list of dowry from the Prince Ding mansion and had to admit that even if the Ding mansion had declined, it was still a big family with a rich family background. If this matter is spread out, the Ding mansion and Li Er will not be embarrassed. It's our Yi family and Zhaoyi Nyang in the palace. Minister Yi continued. At the mention of Zhaoyi in the palace, Wang Shi's expression wavered. But when she thought of the tens of thousands of silvers that she had to give out, her heart ached again. After thinking for a while, she faintly said, "Master and old madam have considered it thoroughly. It's me who thought wrongly. Master, please don't take offense. Just do as Master said. I don't have a mood to care about these things now." Chapter 57. When Minister Yi heard this, he looked at her in surprise. What happened to Ying Er? Wang Shi pulled Ying and told her everything that happened in Prince Li's mansion in detail. Hearing this, Minister Yi couldn't help but get angry. Ying might not see that concubine Xianzhao deliberately wanted to take away her right to be the housekeeper, but how could Wang Shi and Minister Yi not see it? Who has ever heard of a new daughter-in-law being in charge of the household on the first day? And she directly concluded that Yi Ying was not suitable to be the housekeeper after 2 days. Even the harshest evil mother-in-law didn't do this. This is too much. I'll go to Prince Li and ask him to give my Yi family an explanation. Minister Yi said angrily. Ying quickly pulled Minister Yi and didn't let him go. Minister Yi frowned and said, "Inger, what are you doing?" Ying whispered, "Father, let's put this matter aside first. Prince has already promised the old concubine. Even if I say it now, it will only make the prince unhappy." After crying, and with Wang Shi's consolation, Ying was very clear that her only support now was Mo Jingli, so she must not make him unhappy. "Are we just going to let it go like this?" Minister Yi said, comparing the gentle and polite Mo Xiaoyao and the arrogant Mo Jingli. Minister Yi was even more dissatisfied with his son-in-law. Why did Prince Ding have such an identity and situation? Minister Yi thought with regret. "It will think of a way. If it still doesn't work, I'll ask father to make the decision." Minister Yi sighed softly and said to his daughter with pity, "Well, although Prince Li is the son of the Empress Dowager, we don't have to be so afraid of him. The Emperor is not an unreasonable person. If it really doesn't work, we'll ask the Emperor to make the decision. Go back and prepare some silver for Inger." "Yes, I thank Master on behalf of Inger." Mo Xiaoyao's guess was not wrong. Less than 2 days after the betrothal gifts were sent, someone from the palace came to pass Yi Zhaoyi's decree, saying that she missed the third miss and invited the third miss to the palace to meet her. Yili knew very well who wanted to see her. When Yi was at home, her relationship with her was not so bad that everyone knew about it, but it was definitely not better than her relationship with Ying. Unfortunately, although Yili was only a Zhaoyi, she had not officially become Princess Ding. Yili had no right to refuse her. Therefore, she had no choice but to accept the decree and return to her courtyard to change into a decent set of clothes. Then, she brought Qing Wan and Qing Yu with her and followed the eunuch who came to deliver the message into the palace. The Chu capital was located in the north of the Chu state. Most of the palaces there were lofty and majestic. As soon as they got off the carriage, they were greeted by the majestic aura of the royal family. Unlike the elaborate decorations of ordinary nobles, the imperial city was more prominent in its grandeur and majesty. The five-clawed golden dragon on the huge stone pillar seemed to be warning the world that imperial power was inviolable. Those who came here for the first time would definitely be awed by its magnificence. But Yi Li, who had long been accustomed to seeing 100-foot-tall buildings, scenic spots, and historical sites, could only give it faint praise. After getting off the carriage at the gate of the palace, Yi Li followed the eunuch who led the way and entered the inner palace. While walking, she looked at the environment of the palace without leaving a trace and memorized her location. After passing through layers of palace gates, she finally stopped in front of a gorgeous palace. Yi Li looked up, Yaohua Palace. Yi Li remembered that Yi Yu was granted to live in Yaohua Palace. Third Miss Yi, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report. The eunuch who led the way said in a sharp voice. Yi Li nodded and said, Eunuch, please go ahead. After the eunuch went in to report, he did not come out quickly. Yi Li stood there for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, but no one came out. Qing Yu whispered, Miss, what does Zhao Yang mean by this? Qing Wan reprimanded in a low voice, Don't talk too much. Miss didn't say anything. Why are you talking too much? Qing Yu also understood that the imperial palace was not a place where one could talk at will at home. She blinked her eyes in shame and kept silent. Yi Li said with a smile, Don't be impatient. Qing Wan hesitated for a moment, looked around, and whispered, Miss, could it be that Zhao Yang? Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, Zhao Yang will not use such a dirty method. Qing Yu and Qing Wan were both very intelligent. After hearing Yi Li's words, they immediately understood. They shut their mouths and stopped talking. Wasn't it just standing there and waiting? One of them was a martial artist, and the other had studied medicine since childhood. Neither of them was a weak person. After another quarter of an hour, no one came out of Yaohua Palace. Instead, a group of people came over shakily not far away. Looking at the extravagance, it must be a noble coming out. Yi Li and the other two stepped aside to avoid bumping into the other party. Soon, the group of people had walked to the gate of Yaohua Palace. A group of palace maids and eunuchs surrounded two women in palace attire. They stopped not far from Yi Li. One of the women in blue looked at Yi Li curiously and said, Hey, this miss looks unfamiliar. Why are you standing here? Yi Li had to step forward and bow. Yi Li, the third daughter of the Ministry of Revenue, greets the two noble ladies. It turned out to be the future Princess Ding. We don't dare to accept it. The woman in pink quickly moved aside and covered her mouth to laugh. Third Miss Yi, why are you standing here? Are you here to visit Zhao Yang? Yi Li nodded and smiled. It is Zhao Yang's order to have an audience. In that case, let's go in together. The woman in blue pulled Yi Li. Yi Li smiled and said, Yi Li entered the palace for the first time and didn't know the rules. I didn't dare to enter without being summoned by Zhao. I won't waste the two noble ladies' time. Yi Li, thanks again. The two women looked at each other. The woman in pink smiled and said, In that case, let's go in first. Sister Zhao is pregnant now and easily tired. She must have fallen asleep, and the people below don't dare to disturb her. Third Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Thank you. Miss, why don't we go in with them? Qing Yu asked softly. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but there seemed to be more people passing by on this road than when they first came. Yi Li looked back at her and asked with a smile, Do you think we'll be driven out if we go in? It shouldn't be, right? Qing Yu said with some uncertainty. Yi family's miss was driven out. Her miss would lose face, but Zhao Yang wouldn't be any better. Hey, over here, over here. Yi Li looked back and saw a small head under a flowering tree in the corner of the hall, not far away. The head was smiling and waving at her. Yi Li looked around and then raised her hand to point at herself. The child, whose body was half hidden in the flowering tree, nodded at her, Come here. Miss. Yi Li waved her hand and slowly walked over. You are Prince Ding's uncle's future princess? There was a delicate and cute little girl squatting in the bushes. She was about 7 or 8 years old and had a cute bun on her head. There were 2 strings of sparkling pearls in the bun. Her exquisite clothes were embroidered with golden phoenix patterns. It was obvious that this child's identity was not ordinary. I am. Who are you? I won't tell you. The little girl opened her big bright eyes and looked at her with a smile. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.